Recording in progress.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We are doing day 2, Revitalize and Thrive. So again, like we were talking about yesterday, this booklet is more of like a recipe booklet. You can kind of look things up to go through and treat. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So yesterday we worked on connections or chords. You know, our connections to situations, to people, to past events, and just how we get stimulated by the environment. Today, we're going to work on materialization or the materialization breath. And what this is tied to is a thing called harmonics. And if you look at it from the point of view of vibrational healing, which is basically healing from the inside out, you know, from the intellectual point of view, a lot of times we look at things as a set of symptoms, but these symptoms are a reflection of something within. So when we do vibrational healing, you're addressing more the things within, not so much chasing the symptoms. You know, a good example, like I was saying yesterday, is whiplash. You just chase symptoms all day long. You're in a degenerative state. They're just going to keep coming and coming and coming. You might slow them down a little bit, but it's going to keep coming until you shift the body out of that degenerative state, right? Harmonics is actually tied to what we would call physically as like metabolic instability, right? Another way of saying it energetically is excessive intellect. Now, excessive intellect isn't just, oh, I think about it so much, I grind on it so much. It's excessive maintenance or excessive repetition. You know, if you think about it, like sometimes we keep doing the same thing over and 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 over again, expecting different results or expecting something new to happen. You know, I would like to have something new happen, but I'm going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so part of what you're doing when you're doing any of these vibrational practices or working with the org programs or any of the things that we do is, but by addressing it internally, like you know, here we're talking about the degenerative state yesterday. Like, you know, if your body goes into a degenerative state, the series of symptoms keeps happening, right? There's the internal version. And if you understand how to heal or address that internally, that same thing happens externally. But a lot of times we don't recognize it for what it is. So we just try to put band-aids on things, or we just keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So when we say excessive intellect, it doesn't necessarily mean I think about it too much. I mean, that can be a part of it, but it has to do with excessive repetition with no healing or no shifting, no spontaneity. Now, most people don't live a lot of time with spontaneous action happening in their life. It happens from time to time. But when there starts to be no spontaneity, basically what starts to happen is the organism, the person, the personality, the life starts to collapse on itself. It does. It starts degenerating at a very accelerated rate, right? So when we go through and we do the materialization breath, part of what you're doing is you're materializing light, you're materializing spontaneity, and the light is of divine intelligence. So when we start to move towards having a little bit of balance, even just a little bit of balance between maintenance and spontaneity, life starts to change very quickly for the good, right? We break out of patterns because harmonics is all about patterns, right? You have patterns in your life that, you know, might have worked for you when you were young or might have worked last year, but now it's like it's not quite producing the result that it did, right? You know, you see sometimes people go to university, they go to college and they get an education. They had a pattern of what needed to be done to get through university, and then they hit the workforce, can't really produce a result because they're still following the patterns of school. And they get into the workforce, guess what? Life is very different, you know? So sometimes you see people go, I want to go to school forever, right? It's because that they get, right? That they understand, they have that pattern in place, but there's no ability to adjust or adapt. So as they get older, finances become harder, their everyday living becomes harder, everything becomes harder, right? Because they're still doing the same thing over and over and over again, right? So harmonics is about allowing for essence to come in, allowing for light to come in, allowing for a little bit of spontaneity to come in so that things shift or change, right? Doesn't mean that you have to change forever. And remember, like I said this yesterday, change isn't about it's not about becoming something different. It's about waking up parts of you that aren't being utilized. It's really just breaking out of fixation of a way of thinking, a way of behaving, a way of acting, a way of, feeling, whatever it might be. You unwind some of these lower emotions and this repetitive thought, and all of a sudden you're doing something different. It's not because you became different. It's because there's many aspects of you that are just in there laying asleep, waiting to wake up, you know? And so the idea of materialization is much more than just, I'm trying to get what I want, or I'm trying to make this better or that better. Yes, that happens, but there's something much deeper happening. And if you start to have a little bit of interaction between spontaneity and maintenance, you start to harmonize the two, right? And if you do it enough, the new pattern becomes spontaneity. Like you learn, you grow, you evolve, you intuit, you heal. Things don't stick to you like they used to. And so when you have just even a little bit of harmony between repetition and spontaneity, which in the mind would be intellect and intuition, right? Balancing intellect and intuition in the mind also starts to do it in the body. But when you start to understand it in your mind, the same thing happens in the environment. The same thing happens in nature. Same thing happens in business. Same thing happens in relationships. Doesn't matter what it is, those patterns are there. So if you can start to have a little harmony between maintenance and spontaneity, this is what people call higher creativity. And literally, that's what it means, higher creativity. You're able to balance these two aspects. The problem is that most times we get into a repetitive pattern and then we do everything we can to maintain it. And as we grow, as we evolve, as the environment changes, we keep doubling down on the same thing over and over again. We just get more aggressive about it. We get more micromanaging about it. We get more obsessed with it. It produces anxiety. So how do we go about doing this? If you think about it from your intellectual mind, you go, how do I make this happen? Right? That's the way all of our minds work, right? The intellect. But you're harnessing light. You're harnessing something that is pure movement. It's pure expansion. How can I touch that and bring it inside of me? That's the goal. You don't have to make something happen. You just have to touch something. That's it. You just got to touch it, right? And so this is the premise of the materialization breath. You're harnessing light. You're anchoring light. And all the different processes are about directing the light that we're harnessing to different areas in your life. So if you need psychological healing, there's a way to harness that. If you need financial healing, there's a way to harness that. if you need, relationship healing, there's a way to harness that. You're trying to bring essence into a situation to not necessarily break out of a pattern, but to evolve the pattern. It's not like the pattern goes away. It just gets updated. Just like if you don't update your computer for long periods of time with the new operating program, at some point, things just stop working, right? Speaking from personal experience. But when you update the operating system, things keep working better and better. Every once in a while, there's a little glitch where like, that thing went away or that went away, or I rearranged some notes in my, you know, whatever that might be. Sometimes we do get a little displaced, but it's usually for the good. But I think about, for myself, the times that I was displaced, at the time, I just was like, oh, this is so traumatic. Looking back, thank God it happened, because left to my own devices, I wouldn't have chosen to improve. I wouldn't have chosen to get better. I wouldn't have chosen to heal. I was kind of smacked into that direction. And I was like, oh, poor me, I'm doing better now. Poor me, I'm feeling better. Poor me, I'm healing this thing that I couldn't do myself. Poor me. And then after a while, I was like, what's with the poor me? Like, it's just because I had some expectation, or I had some level of attachment to the way things were, and they shifted for the better. And, you know, being honest, I pouted about it a little bit, you know. As time goes by, you start to have experiences where you go, okay, this is good. But especially in the early days, I pouted a little bit. I mean, I'm being super honest about that. And so why wait till life smacks you in that direction? Why not harness something that you can choose your own kind of destiny. You can choose your path somewhat. Like you can go, okay, I want to direct it to this area of my life. I want to direct it to, this relationship, or to prosperity, or to whatever it might be. So this is the idea of harmonics. I mean, harmonics is a lot more complicated than that, but also it's not. I mean, there's more things to look at and to address, but this is a big piece of it. This is a very big piece of it. And so with that, we went through and we worked on etheric chords and our attachments to people and situations and past events, and just did like a general cleanup. And, some people felt good and some people felt, I don't know, I feel a little weird. I feel a little cranky. I feel like you felt like you were going to break dishes or something yesterday. Like, she couldn't say what it was, but like something was up. It's because something was shifting deeper inside, not just a symptom, right? You're unwinding those lower emotions that keep you in repetition, right? So now we're going to take it a step further, and we're going to start right off the bat with doing psychological healing, just very general. But if there's like a stress or a fear or an anxiety, a situation where you felt traumatized, you feel people are being aggressive towards you, projecting a lot of negativity, you're the scapegoat in the office, or you're the scapegoat in the family, whatever it might be. Just take a moment and just reflect on that situation. Not with the idea of what do I need to do to fix it? You're just tapping into what that situation is, you're observing it, and then we're going to let the light do the healing. We're going to let the light do the movement. So just reflect on some situation that has some psychological issue somewhere, somehow. Be it a feeling, a thought, a situation with a person or an office, a group, whatever it might be. On it, hold it in your heart. Your awareness is on your heart. And notice how it feels as you hold it in your heart. Okay, let it go. We don't have to dwell on it. We just have to tap into it. Just like here yesterday, Tracy was wearing an Aura ring. She thought of an obnoxious person in the office, and she was sitting here feeling all nice and calm. And the Aura ring all of a sudden spiked up and said, "Yeah, you're in a stressful situation," just by recalling the situation. So it just kind of shows when you go there, where you're going is to that area in your brain, right? It's not like you're going to some magical place. You're just accessing it in your brain so that you can work that area of your brain, right? So there's a bunch of choices: acacia, angelica, bakul, champa, clary sage, ginger lily, helichrysum. It's in your booklet. So um, hemlock spruce, jasmine, melissa, osmanthus, sage would be very good for this if you have some form of sage. St. John's wort, tuberose. Here we're going to use emotional release. If you have the kit, I would suggest you have three choices if you got the pay for kit. I would suggest using acacia for the pay for kit. So you can also use assemblage point, emotional elevation, mana, healing elixir, Gilead, alignment. Lots of choices. So first, just start inhaling the oil. Which one is hmm. Okay, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, we did this at the end of the day. Remember, we hold the bottle up to our chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Now, just be still, be aware, and just be aware of the thoughts or feelings that arise. You're not having to stir up anything, just let whatever comes up come up. Now check in with that thought, that feeling, that issue, that situation, whatever it was, the thing that we started with. How does it seem right now? And as you reflect on it, again, you're reflecting on it with your awareness on your heart. Okay, let it go. Bottle to your chest. Chin down. Inhale. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Inhale. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Down. Inhale. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Do about 6 more on your own. 5 or 6 more. Just being still. Now just observe what thoughts or emotions, feelings, which ones arise. Reflect on that area of healing, emotion, feeling, situation, person, event, whatever it was, reflect on it. And as you reflect on it, hold it in the heart. You're reflecting on that area of healing. Your awareness is on your heart. Let's do it one more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You do it at your own pace. And then just be still. Observe what arises. And let's just check in. How does that situation feel? That feeling, that thought, the thing that we started off with. When you look at it right now, how does it seem? Does it seem the same as when you started? Or is it morphing or changing or going away or what's that? Yeah. So one time I was doing this and I have a friend who uh, runs this large company and they were in the process of selling it. And so he did this process, he was sitting in the class with us and, he just came by for a visit. And so every time I'd have him close their eyes and visualize, he had this like confident look and then he would do the materialization breath. And then he would open his eyes and he looked panicked. I mean, panicked. And like, he was all up and like, you could tell he was on red alert. And then I would have him hold it in the heart again. And he did this like three times. And every time he woke up, or not woke up, but opened his eyes. Yeah. the There was this look of panic on his face. And then on the fourth time, he just smiled and he went. And so later I said, what happened? What was going on? And he goes, every time I would visualize, I do the materialization breath. He goes, the whole project, like, it was like being really close to somebody making an offer. And he said the whole project all of a sudden would just go away. And he thought I was chasing away the sale of the business. He was tired, he was burned out, he wanted out. And so he goes, and then, I would sit and I'd visualize it really like a lot harder. And then he'd do the materialization breath and he goes, it would just go away. And then I go, but at the end you went like this. He goes, yeah. He goes, I realized there was a whole part of the business that I didn't even factor in to the sale. And he said it was going to cost, I was about to lose $400 million. And I was like, God, I'd be sitting in the corner at like over $4,000. I'd be, I don't know. I can't even imagine, but he had like partners and stuff. So it wasn't like just all on him. But in the materialization process, it does it changes. You're breaking out of intellect, like you're starting to have intuition come in. You're having to have spontaneity come in. And in that, he got a fuller picture of what it was. And he realized he was about to give away part of the company for free that hadn't been active for a little while, but still had a lot of value. And he goes, I can just break that off and sell it like separately. He goes, my partners would have just ended my career had I made that mistake. And that happens to us a lot of times where we have this perspective of this is what's going on or this is what needs to happen, and then you go through and you work this process and things shift, like your intuition kicks in, your intuition problem solves, or it learns, it sees a bigger picture, it starts to generate movement. And what you started off with is usually not what you end with. It starts to shift, it starts to change. Other pieces come together. Sometimes it just completely goes away, which means you're just completely in essence for a moment. Doesn't mean it won't condense and come back, but just sometimes in a moment, you're like, I can't think of anything, right? Eventually it will come back, but it will be upgraded. So let's just process this for a moment before we move on, because I mean, this is kind of a core thing with the materialization breath. And if we understand it better, then when we do it, we'll get more benefit, we'll get more out of it. So let's go ahead and mute, share, ask questions. We'll process it. And
I started with what I perceived as maybe an issue.
Mhm.
And during process, it was almost like an air horn in my head went off, and a totally different thing arose.
Yeah.
And that's what I began to focus on. And I won't say I had an epiphany, but I almost just came to me how to handle it.
Yeah, good. So he was saying that like he started off with one thing, but the mind was alerted to there's something else going on, and he got a bigger picture, and then he kind of figured out like, oh, this is how I handle it. So many times with our intellect we think, oh, this is what it is, this is what I need to do, this is the issue, when a lot of times that's just a quick response, or we're trying to maintain something that's already there. So when you bring in the essence and you bring in the spontaneity, all of a sudden you realize, no, the real issue is this is what's causing all the problems. Like why I can't resolve this is I'm going about it the wrong way, or I'm thinking about whatever it is. That's very normal in problem solving. It's incredibly normal. It's so normal that in business, like if you were to go, okay, I have this new idea, I'm going to put it forward, let's see how it plays out. Just bank on your first 3 looks are going to be wrong. Just they're wrong. And if you do that, eventually you start fine tuning it so that eventually it's accurate. But a lot of times where businesses will make a mistake is they go, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm going to push out, and then when it doesn't work, they just get more aggressive about it. They double down on it, and then eventually it breaks apart and falls away. And so we usually come at it from a place of, okay, I would like this to change, but how can I change and be super comfortable about it all and not really, I want something different, but I want to keep doing the same thing over and over again, but how am I going to do it? We don't do it on purpose. It is the nature of the intellect. Like we can't think of it like, yeah, maybe I do it, maybe I don't. It's the nature of intellect. So if you know what intellect does, then like, okay, they're telling me a half truth. It's telling me a partial thing. It's telling me what's going to make me comfortable. It's going to tell me what I want to hear or just what I need rather than what is going to produce the result. Right. And so once you have a few experiences, you kind of almost get used to like, yeah, that's a perspective. But like as you go through and you do the materialization breath, like Linda was saying, all of a sudden he's alerted to like, this is what it is. This is how I need to resolve it. Intuition, that just shows intuition came in and started going, let's clean this place up. Like let's clean all our efforts up so that we can produce a result. So think of intuition as a cosmic janitor. Sometimes you just got to clean the space up a little bit so that you can see things clearly and take the right action. And so, yeah, that's good.
And that action sometimes might not be something you really want to do,
Right.
but something you have to
Right,
do.
exactly.
Yeah.
So he's saying like sometimes the action is not what you want to do, but it's that you need to. Yeah, Don?
When we first looked at it the first time,
Mhm.
and you asked us to hold it, like, if you can't hold it and it feels painful to hold it, like, what do you need to do then?
So she's saying what happens if you look at it and it's too painful to hold, or you can't really look at it, or you only look at it for a second or two. Yeah. So she was saying her heart wouldn't let it go in anymore. So I would say still just do the materialization breath with whatever you can touch. And so as you go through and do it, because a lot of what she's describing right there, she's like, okay, it won't go in, is there's a defense that's getting stimulated. There's like, what's that?
I've been working on it. Is that because I've been working on it? And
Well, I mean, it depends, but I mean, if you just boil it down, it just means that something there is painful or you're afraid that it's going to be painful.
Okay.
And so a lot of times we make like an intellectual assessment and then it's like, nope, that's going to hurt. I'm not going to, and pushing it away actually makes it stronger. And so like the more you kind of, yeah, like the more you let it in, even if it's just minutely, and then you do a breath, you'll notice next time it goes a little deeper, and the next time it goes a little deeper. And so, the heart's an interesting thing, and the heart is part of this materialization process. Because, like our mind, we go like, okay, I'm gonna do that, but I'm not gonna do that. Right. But from the point of love, or from the point of the heart, it's like either you love or you hate. Either you embrace or you reject. You don't get to do both. Like, so if you're rejecting something, it means you're also not accepting something. Like if you go, well, I reject you, but I want to accept you. It's like, well, if you're going to reject, you're going to reject. If you're going to accept, you're going to accept. Right? You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of times with the heart, there's a paradox. Two things that are completely opposite in the mind, where they look like they just totally counteract each other. Both can be true. The only place that you really experience that is in the heart. Like a person can be really bad and can still have some good pieces in it. Like, you know what I mean? That's a very heart thing where like, yes, I love you and I accept you, but I also recognize, yeah, that
Well, it's-
I do better with you if I only see you one time every couple of years. You know what I mean? Then we have an amazing relationship. But if I see you 2 or 3 times a year, I can't stand you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have something just so similar to that
Mhm.
with someone that I'm work with professionally.
Mhm.
Guy has a tremendous heart.
Mhm.
I have seen him do things like pay employees when they couldn't work because they were sick, which a lot of people don't do. Take care, I mean, I've seen him take care and nurture people. But then on the flip side of that, I've also seen that personality, like you mentioned,
Mhm.
with I know what I could do.
Right.
Here,
Right,
what's
right.
going on. And it's an interesting thing when you have someone like that
Yeah.
in your life.
Yeah, yeah.
And it is a when you're, I guess, work friends or
Mhm.
that close to each other on a regular basis. It's a fine line you walk,
Right.
and you have to be careful of your feelings.
Right.
Will get really, you know,
Right.
unhinged sometimes.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, it is a fine line.
it's amazing.
Yeah, it is a fine line. So let's take a couple and I'll come back.
Go ahead, Teresa, then Paulina.
Hey, Teresa.
Hello, Greg.
Hey.
So I think I found what was clogging all of yesterday in this session.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Had nothing to do with the topic I was focusing on. It was a pretty
Mhm.
traumatic experience before. But I just wanted to let you know that it seems to have unblocked it. So even though I was focusing on one situation, it took me back to something that happened 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And Splendor helped a lot last night.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so the Poplar helped, and then Splendor was really good.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah, so thank you.
Good.
Just one question I have in terms of like clearing out the spine from any more energy. Would you just recommend doing the etheric cords or moving to sage?
What are you trying to do?
So the event that took place is I had meningitis and almost died. So
Mhm.
there was a lot of impact in the spine. And then after that, I had 3 repeats across a period of maybe 10 to 15 years. So it was viral. I think in the past you recommended sage. So I was just wondering if there's anything still left in there I needed to clear out and what would be useful.
Why don't you do sage, but with the materialization breath?
Okay, and any specific one?
Just any of the sages.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, super, thank you.
Blue Mountain's fancy.
Oh, I love Blue Mountain.
Yeah, so there you go.
There you go. All right, thank you.
And then go ahead, Mara.
Hey,
Hi, Greg.
hey, how are you?
How are you? Hi, Sam. How are you, everybody? Good morning. Greg, I wasn't yesterday at the final of the course because I need to go away and I didn't do the breathing. But I wanted to ask you what does this breathing do that materialized the things that we need to materialize? And the other question that I have is that today I wake up with a lot of my pain neck. I have a lot of pain in my neck,
Mhm.
and like I have a torticollis. I don't know how you say it.
Yeah,
And
torticollis is how we.
so I am not thinking in anything. I'm just like I'm trying to flow and see what comes into my mind. So I don't know if that's okay or I need to think in something specific. Specific.
With the torticollis, do you have a facial tick?
What?
Do you have a facial tick?
No.
No. And so with torticollis, your eyes, you're able to stay horizontal with the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, today in the
That-
morning, I felt like dizzy. You know, my eyes are blurred. They are not like I'm not seeing like I always see, like bright. So I need to clean my eyes, make healing in my eyes, but I don't know why.
Okay. Put some things on your neck just to relax your neck, whatever you have. Spikenard or marjoram, something like that.
Okay. Okay. And the breathing? Why does we do the breathing in this course?
Yeah, it's what I was talking about this morning with
Ah.
like materializing light and how it
Okay.
works with yeah, it's all that explanation is like how
Okay.
and why. Yeah,
Perfect. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, hey.
In past classes, I
Mhm.
think this is correct. You've said that sometimes we have patterns that
Yeah.
people respond to us in a certain way, and it happens over and over again.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm dealing with house issues after the hurricane, and one of the partners pretty much got in my face telling me forcefully how things are going to be. And that's a reoccurring thing in my life where people have done that. And I sometimes I allow time, sometimes I just sit down and try to talk through it, whatever. But is there a way through some of this to try to, and this probably occurs to a lot of people, it's probably not just me by any means.
Is it just like work related, or is it also like in the family or your friends, or just like anything, anywhere, anytime?
Family and you know maybe anything anytime, but mostly family and situations like ownership, shared ownership and stuff.
Gotcha.
Can we
Let me.
change patterns like this through this?
Yeah. Because that's the thing is like the pattern is repetition. So like that idea of maintenance or repetition, it's a thing that just keeps happening over and over again. So when you're materializing light into it, it helps that to evolve into something like different or better, or it just starts shifting it. So let me just think about this for a second. So it sounds like it's kind of, I don't want to say like authority oriented, but kind of when you need something from somebody or something's trying to get done, a project, or it's just,
Okay, I'm an art teacher and I think differently from a lot of the people I'm around. And even just trying to get people to listen to me, they'll just say, no, we're going to do it the same as it's always been.
Right.
And when, if I try to just talk about something different, I mean, that's when this happened. And it was like very forceful, we're not listening. They never even listened. Um,
okay, so there's that blend mana,
mhm.
and it's in the org programming class if you don't have it anywhere else. So it's in that kit. I would sit and reflect on that pattern and then use mana for that. So mana is it's an anointing oil. It's a variation of an old anointing oil. And basically it also is what helps bring light into a situation. And so in something like that, it's not always you that's having the issue, but sometimes the thing that you're interacting with. And so the mana helps like to bring light into not just you, but it also helps to bring it into the environment to help that to shift. And the thing that I would say,
Would you do it with the materialization breath?
yeah, totally with the materialization breath. But like like sometimes when you're a different kind of thinker, it's like like you said, art would be a stepping stone to be a better problem solver. And so sometimes what you're trying to do is you're trying to resolve a problem even before it's like a problem, where people who just do the same thing over and over again usually don't resolve a problem until it blows up, and even then they don't resolve it. Like they just
That was exactly what it was.
yeah. And so like I'm gonna like say this, but like I'll have to explain it. Like the idea would be to bring light into the situation as the energetic component. But if you look at it from a psychological point of view, the term or the phrase you could use to like reference this in the psyche would be to be tactful. And tactful doesn't mean like, oh, I have to be careful with my words, but sometimes like I'll give you an example. Like when I was doing a bunch of work for that psychology group, and we were dealing with people who were super traumatized and had issues that were considered incurable. Everybody was a PhD but me. I was like the weirdo, and they were like, ugh. But when they would have really tough situations, they'd have a tough person, they would bounce them to me because like their thing wasn't working. And so, their whole thing is they want somebody to talk about, the past traumatic event or something, and they'd have these people who either couldn't or wouldn't, right? And so I was like, well, I could just do healing on them. And they're like, no, we want to be able to do our talk therapy. And, they wanted to be able to do their thing. So I was like, okay, I sat and thought about it for a while. And, they'd send me a patient, and, they'd pretty much go back to the time of the trauma, go back at time of this, go back to like, trying to push to get the person to remember or recall something that was incredibly painful. Like, of course, they don't want to go back to it. And so, a couple of them sat in with me, and I was like, okay, you guys can, but, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I'm just, everybody's a case by case basis. And so there was this one lady that they all tried something on and nothing worked. And so I knew like just having normal conversations wasn't going to work. So I just sat there, and, you could tell her defenses were up, and she was like, okay, here we go. I go, yeah. And I was like, so, we just started having kind of a normal conversation. We started talking about weather. And I was like, boy, in the morning when you get up, do do you have breakfast? And she goes, yeah. They go, do you have like bagels or muffins? Or, and she thought about it. She goes, I like to do a bagel. And then I was like, oh, do you like sunrises or sunsets or, whatever? And she goes, I'm a sunrise person. And I was like, so which one do you like better, puppies or kittens? And she's like, oh, I love puppies. And then, I did a couple more of like, do you like to go to the beach or to the mountains? She goes, I like the mountains. I go, how old were you when you started getting, abused? And she was like 5. And all their jaws dropped. And they said, what's that technique? I go, it's called being tactful. Like you have to observe who you're dealing with and it's like you're going to grab them by the hand and they'll go, okay, let's slow walk our way to what needs to be done. And so here you're talking about a situation where you go, look, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. Like a different version of it is like, okay, here's the problem. How are we going to handle it? And I'm not saying it even would resolve your situation, but I'm just like, this is an idea. And what about this? And you start pointing out all the difficulties that are going to happen. And then you go, how are you going to resolve this? Or like, what's going to be the plan? Because a lot of times it's just like how we're talking about. You have this idea in your head of what it's going to be, and then you don't really realize it until it doesn't work. So you walk them through of, this is how it's not going to work. What are we going to do? Rather than waiting for weeks or months of doing the stuff, you kind of walk them through it in the moment rather than saying, this is what needs to be done. So it's harder. It takes way more energy. Like it can be, I mean, sometimes it can be a little exhausting, but when you're dealing with somebody super rigid, it's just, it's almost looking at the hypothetical through different eyes. Like they're looking at a hypothetical going, this is how I'm going to do it. And they're not really evaluating anything. You're needing to get them to evaluate something through different eyes. And a lot of times when we start talking about it, they get emotional. Make them mental. Like basically that's all you're doing is just make them mental. And the easiest way to do that is to ask them questions. Rather than saying, we need to do this, go, well, what would we do about this? What would we do about that? What would we do if we can't get the resources to fix the roof? What happens if it starts raining? And, you just start asking all the questions. And in their mind, they start problem solving and they've arrived at this other place. There's this old story of that. This is one of the things that like I'll meditate on sometimes. It's this story. And it's this really old, simple, kind of silly story, but it's some guy owed some, this is back in the old days, and he owed some people some money. And so, it was back in the days of horses and carriages and all that. And so the lender sent a couple guys on horses to get him to get his money back. And he didn't have the money, he was a poor guy. And so he saw these guys coming. So he ran into a bar. And, the guys followed him into a bar. So he ran outside through the back door and he ran into the brothel. And, so they go into the brothel to get him, and he's hiding in different rooms. And then finally he gets out and he slips out the back door. And then, he goes to the drugstore and he is trying to pretend like he's a person there at the little apothecary. And then they start coming in and boom, he slips out the back door and he's like, there's no place that I can go. And so then he runs to the edge of town and he goes out to the graveyard. He's like, they won't come to the graveyard. And he gets out to the graveyard and he hides behind a headstone. And he kind of keeps peeking over and he's like, oh, here they come. They're even following me out to the graveyard. And finally they get up to him and, he's tried changing costumes in the brothel. He put on clothes to try to look like a woman. And he's a mess. He's a hot mess. He's got all these weird clothes on and he's been doing all these weird things. And they finally get up to him in the graveyard and they go, what are you doing here? Why are you here? And he goes, because you're here. And that just goes to show, like, sometimes when people are like stuck in their head, they're just reacting, right? They're just reacting. So you have to go, let's take a step over here. Let's take another step over here. Let's take another step over here. Let's take another step over here. And every step they react to. And then by the time you get 5 steps away, 10 steps away, they've reacted so many times, they don't know where they're at anymore. Like these guys that you're like super rigid with, they're just reacting. So if you know that they're just reacting, take a baby step, take another step. Well, okay, what about this? And then you take another step. What about this? And then another step. What about this? And they just keep reacting, reacting. And then pretty soon they're nowhere near where they used to be. And then the conversation can happen, or a lot of times they'll problem solve it themselves.
Interesting. I just want to make sure that they don't get in my face again for one thing, but just listening as an equal partner, and so I am going to try the manna and the materialization in some of this. Thank you.
Yourself.
And we have some shares in chat, but did people?
Yeah,
hear?
somebody here I think had a yeah.
No?
Yeah, your shares.
When you were asking, how do you feel now after the process? They said, I would call it forgiveness.
Oh, good.
And then it's definitely unwinding in an interesting way.
Good.
That was it.
And how did it feel when you were holding in your heart at the beginning and then towards the end? Did it shift? Did it change? Did it morph? Anybody want to have a share here and there?
I can share.
Sure.
It's like it was fishy, and then like at the end, it settled and calmed down.
And you're able to get it in more.
Well, I was able to be with it and be very
Right.
easy with it.
Did it look the same? So she said, like at first she was having a hard time getting it in, like sitting with it and letting it in the heart, and it kept going in a little bit deeper every time. And then by the time it got in, it looked very different than it did at the beginning. That's a very common experience. Yeah.
I felt like there was more possibilities. It was
Yeah,
kind of
more
like,
possibilities. Yeah.
yeah, it was like whatever I was looking at, it just kind of expanded and started moving, and I was shown, like, I could see other, just that.
Gary?
I noticed that the story was gone.
Yeah,
It
the
was no
story is
longer a
gone.
Story I was turning, but it was just this nice calm vibration.
Right. She said that she did it like the story went away. And yeah, I would say that's a very common thing, is the story falls away. Because our mind always makes up a story. It always does. Always does. You know, nobody's as immune from that. Mhm.
Our mind does make up a story.
Yeah, yeah.
We have our story. But what I also took away is that the materialization breath and the materialization process can be used for problem solving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
Very-
know that. I was thinking, oh, it's just like to intend or to
Right,
manifest.
right.
But yeah.
So she was saying she realized also that the materialization breath is for problem solving. I would say that's a big part of what it is it's about problem solving or innovating.
And I think when I told you about mine, I think mine was not really all the answers,
Mhm.
but it was like your direction, what you're thinking about, you need to go this way.
Right,
It was more of a directional
right,
change,
right.
and it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's got me.
So he was saying that like when he did it, he felt like he could resolve it, but it wasn't like he had all the answers. But it's like he had like a new direction or new momentum, like the direction shifted. Instead of going this way, he's going this way. And so that's a lot of, like, even that explanation that I was giving for Laura, that's a lot of times, Like I tell this joke all the time because I think it's, I don't know, it's insightful and it's a little bit funny, but you know, King wants to know the future. So he calls in a psychic and he goes, tell me the future. And I've told this joke many times, so you know, forgive me. But so the king says, you know, to the psychic, tell me the future. And the psychic says, everybody around you dies. And he's like, off with your head. I don't like that answer. You're out of here. Calls in the next psychic. Tell me my future. And he says, I look around, I see everybody around you dies. And he's like, I don't like that answer. Off with your head. Third clairvoyant or psychic comes in and he goes, tell me my future. And he goes, you outlive everybody. And he's like, I like that answer. He said the same thing, right? He just said it in a different way. He said it in a way that's digestible by the person. And a lot of times that idea of being tactful, it's just being able to say things in a way that people can hear it. And there's no magic answer. There's no magic bullet. It's really kind of a skill set. And, you know, you're having to read people a little bit and watch the reaction and adjust and adapt. And, you know, a lot of times we expect other people to be that way, but most people aren't. Like we just, the quicker you kind of come to that realization, the more you realize, kind of like what I was talking about with Laura, is people a lot of times are just reactive. And like if you watch like somebody who's really pushing back, you start saying a sentence and before you even finish the sentence, they're already pushing back. They don't even know the content of the sentence. You know, they didn't even let you finish the sentence and they're already pushing back. Their reaction or their instinct is to push back, right? So like, how do you diffuse that? How do you do a workaround, or how do you do a hack in that situation so that you can produce a result? And so, you know, you have to look at the situation, you have to look at the person, but a lot of times asking questions is always a good thing because they'll tell you the things that they're willing to do and not do, and then you just tailor it into the way that they can hear it. You know, it's just like the king. I don't like being told that everybody around me dies, but I like being told that I outlive everybody. That I really like. You know, it is the same answer. It's just said in a slightly different way.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hey, Greg, I'm curious. I
Mhm.
I often use that approach about the questions, but in the case of people that are super, super guarded, and I have quite a few of those that I'm with, that are engineers, they explode around questions. How would you navigate that? Like they just wall up even more.
So asking them questions, they have a little bit of a meltdown.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking like Gizmo putting a gremlin in a microwave meltdown.
Wow.
Oh, it is like that. You know, I have a lot of resistance in what I work with and the questions. And I just had the experience you were sharing with somebody that I asked enough questions. In the end, they had no idea what the problem was. So, but there's a few characters that are just so walled up that they get extremely explosive and can be very cruel, actually.
Okay, so this is what I would say about that. You know, and this kind of even goes back to what Laura was saying is, you know, you get some individuals that are super opinionated and they're right. They know they're right. If you don't agree with me, it's just because you're not smart, you know, some version of that, right?
Mhm.
So if you look at them, you know, going back to the reactive thing, anything that's a variation of what they say or their opinion in their mind is that they're not smart enough or they're a failure,
Mhm.
right? So you go, like I was saying, you know, or not like I was saying, like you said earlier,
Mhm.
and then say the thing you want them to think about. Like, you know, how you were talking about that we were going to collaborate with everybody, and that was such a good idea. Because really what it is, they're not stuck on the idea. They don't want to be a failure and they don't want to be not smart. So you let them have the good idea that is really yours or the group's. You let them have it and identify it with. Very rarely will somebody turn down a chance at being successful or deemed smart in a situation like that. You know, like, so if they said like, there's no way that we're going to, you know, mop the floors at night or something like that, you know, I don't know, something silly. And you go, you know, I really like that idea that you had the other day where we get the floors wet and then we rub it down with like a kind of a broom that has like these things on it. And, you know, we just go through and we mop it up. That was really a brilliant idea. Most times they're not going to go, I didn't say that. They'd go, yeah, it was a really good idea. You know, they'll own what the idea was. I mean, think about how many times you go up to somebody and you go, I have this really amazing idea. You tell them and they go, nope. And then 2 days later, they have this really amazing idea that's the same idea. You know what I mean?
I know
Like,
I've had
so
that happen a lot. Yeah.
it can work against you, but if you know that they're that way, it can work for you.
Yeah.
Like, I really like it when you said, I think it was you that said da 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 da. And really, that's such a great idea. They'll take it and they'll run with it because somebody like that doesn't want to fail. I mean, bottom line, if you look at what is going on with them, they're not wanting to fail.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
You're-
And the
You give-
one individual doesn't want to not be smart. They've got some
Right,
huge issues
right.
around that.
Right. And engineers have big throat chakras. They're very, very good critical thinking, but not very good problem solving. You know,
Okay.
not very good with adjusting and adapting. So let
Okay.
him have all the good ideas.
Okay, that's great. And
Yeah.
you just jogged a memory from yesterday. Yesterday was a huge, intense experience for me, but you were talking about the throat chakra and we went
Mhm.
back to it 3 times. I can't remember why. But we were like adjusting something. What do you remember?
Like it was about connections. Yeah. Like a lot of times when we think repetitive things, a lot of it's in the throat.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the throat is more analytical.
Yeah, it's the critical thinking part. It's the part that sees everything in pieces, you know, so it's very
Okay.
detail oriented, but it's also the area of higher creativity. So in
Okay.
Kabbalistic practices, the throat chakra is a reflection of the crown, which means it's a reflection of how the brain's working. So if they're just very intellectual, they're a lot of repetitive thinking, a lot of rigid thinking. But if they have both sides of their brain functioning, they'll be critical thinkers, but they'll be able to adjust, adapt, let go, problem solve, even in the lower mental. But,
Okay.
that's not very common. It happened, but it's not very common.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Super. Thank you
You
very
know,
much.
another word for that is higher creativity. Higher creativity is in the throat, you know, but it's the balance between intellect and intuition. It's the balance between
Mm,
left and right brain. And so, you know, usually you kind of develop those aspects and then it becomes a reflection in the throat chakra.
okay. That lands. That makes sense for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Super. Thank you so much.
It's welcome.
Something else came in, but maybe. No, I think that was it.
Okay, so with that, let's go right to the next thing, because this could still be a version of what we were talking about, is healing abandonment. You know, that's always on somebody's radar. Abandonment, rejection. Now, there's other ways of addressing this, but this is like the kind of the quick way to go through. And keep in mind, abandonment is that need to fit in is a very biological drive. You know, it's part of your biology. Like if you don't fit into the herd in nature, that usually means death or a very hard life, right? as society has gotten refined, if you don't fit in the herd, it just means you're, a little bit of a wallflower, a little bit of a geek or a nerd or, something like that. You don't fit into the normal thing, but as we refine, sometimes that's a good thing, not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I consider myself a geek or a nerd, wouldn't have it any other way. But at the same time, in circles with a bunch of normal people, like I'm weird, so like when I go to my family, I mean, I've been doing this almost 35 years. My dad still asks me, what do you do for a living? Like he doesn't even have like kind of an idea. And instead of going into what I do, I just go, I do these things. Boy, those are really nice shoes. Where did you get those shoes? I just change the subject because, I mean, I'm already a little bit of an outcast, but if I start talking about what I do with my family, I will be very, very, very abandoned. Like it would be not good.
We know who you're real.
Yeah, yeah. So, it is what it is. I'm not going to change them. They're not going to change me. It just is what it is. So when I'm around them, even like old friends, like, friends that I went to high school with, I don't talk about a lot of the stuff that I do because it's super weird to them. I was a very different person back then. And so we just talk about, stuff going on with them or the past or something like that. I don't talk about the things that I'm into, I mean, I've had friends stop talking to me because of what I do. So, which means they probably weren't that great a friend. But anyway, so frankincense, Melissa, oil of Miron, or the blend Virgin Mary. But also if you had like lemongrass, if you had palmarosa, geranium, any sort of flower would be good. Even lavender would be good. But here, the ones that have the kit, you have oil of Miron. So pull out your oil. So frankincense, Melissa, geranium, lemongrass.
Are those A choices?
They're B choices, but they're close enough. Yeah, it's in a base of olive oil. Yeah. Okay, so you're thinking of your situation. Just think of the pattern of being abandoned or a specific thing of it being abandoned or a person, a person who abandons you on a regular basis, whatever that might be. Not fitting in, feeling rejected.
Could it be someone else having an abandonment situation?
I would do yourself. Yeah, yeah. You're holding it in your heart. And then hold the oil up to your heart. Chin down, do 8 or 9 materialization breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Reflect on those times or those situations where abandonment was an issue, or just the pattern. You're reflecting on that situation. You're holding it in your heart. Hey, let it go. Bottle to your chest or the oil to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then just be still. When you're done, just be still. You're reflecting on that pattern of abandonment or that situation where there's abandonment. You're reflecting on the situation. Your awareness is on your heart. Okay, oil to your chest, head down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Hey, let's process. How did you do? What was your experience? You can unmute yourself, type in, raise your hand. You done?
This time I looked at it, a lot of gratefulness showed it
Hmm.
for other people,
Mhm.
not the person that I was looking at.
Right. So she said, like, when she started doing the abandonment, like, there was this person that she was focused on. But by the time she was done, she was having gratitude or feeling grateful for a bunch of other people, not necessarily that one person, but it's like, yeah, like, so other people kind of stepped in and she had connections and, you know,
And it feels really good.
yeah. Yeah. You know, a lot of times, abandonment is a universal thing. Like, it's not like some people have it, some people don't. Everybody has it to some degree. And some people, they abandon before they get abandoned. And you're interacting with them, you know? And so, yes, they're abandoning you, but it's like they're really afraid that they're going to be abandoned or they're going to be rejected or, you know, so it's that old saying, hurt people hurt people. You know, it's abandon people, you know, and it doesn't mean everybody does it, but it's a common thing. And so, like, you know, the person you were focusing on, stick another person in front of them, they'd abandon that person too. Like,
Right.
people who abandon, they just abandon no
Yeah,
matter
that's
what.
it.
Yeah. You know, we were talking a couple weekends ago where, you know, we had these friends that I mean, they would invite us to go on these like trips to Europe and stuff, and we, you know, we never went or anything. But you know, they were kind of good friends. But if you watched them, they systematically would remove people from their life for really no apparent reason. You know, they were like, oh, they would come up with a reason, but it was always kind of almost borderline foolish. And these are like very successful people. It's not like they're, you know, he's the CEO of something, and you know, she used to be some, you know, something in the corporate world, but is a healer now. And you know, we would talk, and I was like, it's going to get around to us. You know, like, we're going to get kicked out of the band at some point. And there was no incident, there was no issue, there was no all of a sudden just one day, you know, they just cut everything off. And, you know, there was always a little drama about it whenever they would do it with other people. We knew that it was coming, so we were just like, okay, no drama. We just walk away and, you know, whatever it is. And, you know, we had a friendship for, I don't know, 5, 6 years or whatever it was. But I think it was a little longer, but you know, they were going to make their rounds to us because that was their nature, right? And we didn't have an incident, we didn't have an issue, we didn't have, it's just, it is what it is. And so, you know, knowing that that was their nature, like when it happened, it wasn't a big shock, you know. The timing was a little weird, but other than that, it was going to happen, you know.
Yeah.
But like you said, other people step in, other opportunities.
Strangers,
Yeah, yeah.
that's one.
So, yeah. Anybody else?
There's a
Oh.
share chat.
Oh, I realized that, that yes, I probably got on his nerves and that, so it caused him to walk away. But then I realized that his nerves were probably kind of a little on the tattered side to start with.
Right,
So I was just
right,
pushed him over the top. It
Right.
wasn't- And that he was not comfortable or happy himself.
right. So somebody else kind of shared the same kind of version of like different verbiage, but same idea that, you know, the person wasn't capable of, you know, being a friend or being whatever it was. Was a relative or a friend? Friend. So wasn't really capable of being a friend. So at some point, they walk away or they do whatever. And you know,
Would it be,
I always find it interesting that, like, you know, how, like, sometimes people just drift apart. I go back to our little situation. They had to send us a text to let us know that we were abandoned. You know what I mean? Like when they have to make this statement of like, da 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 da. And it wasn't mean or cruel, but it was just, they made it clear that they didn't want to interact anymore. And so I was like, you know, we could have just not talked to each other but there was something about, I need to make sure you know you're abandoned. You know what I mean? And so I was like, okay, consider myself abandoned. You know, versus just like, you know, God, I haven't talked to you in 10 years. What's going on? Or, you know, or we just never talk again and just drift apart. It's you know, going back to what Babette was saying, like sometimes people are having a difficult time, but it's different than just floating apart. There feels like there's some intention behind it. You know what I mean? Like going back to what you said, going back to what she said, and yeah, gonna burn the bridge. Like there's no chance of coming back. And you know, I used to say this thing in the corporate setting is like people would burn a situation down so they could be king of the ashes, you know. And you know, a lot of people do stuff like that. You know, they'd rather be king of everything that's destroyed than somebody who might, you know, fit in, might not fit in, or have to make some effort. You know, it's a weird thing.
How does that tie in with someone who seems to enjoy a good grudge? I mean, not
As
just-
far
not just-
as abandonment, or
Well, this person also had a tendency to, I mean, almost, it felt like he cherished 30-year-old grudges.
yeah,
And when you ask, well, why do you feel that way? But I don't remember anymore, but I know I'm
Yeah.
actually angry at them.
yeah,
really
it's just
forever.
very lower nature stuff.
What now?
It's just very lower nature stuff. Lower nature
Lower-
stuff. Yeah. She's saying like what happens when people have grudges, you know, intellect wants to know like what's the reason that they do. The reason is they're a little bit of a jerk. Like that is the bottom line. Like when you try to make sense out of their behavior is they're behaving the way they feel on the inside. And so, you know, a jerk is a jerk and they behave like a jerk, you know. Like even in the setting of the corporate thing, you know, a lot of times when I would be talking with somebody and people go, why is this person doing this and why is this person doing that? I'd go, mediocre behaves in a mediocre way. Like when they can't perform, they behave very mediocre. It's because they're mediocre. Like you can't expect a mediocre person to be a genius. It's not going to happen. They're behaving the way that they are. And so we have an expectation that they're going to do the right thing, or they're going to problem solve, or they're going to communicate, or they're going to make the right choices, or they're going to apologize for what they did, or whatever. No, mediocre does what mediocre does. You know, what's that saying in Forrest Gump? Stupid is as stupid does.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a thing. Like I don't want to say stupid, but like sometimes it is pretty stupid, right? But like people who don't care about themselves very much, there's no way they're going to start caring about other people more than themselves. You know, does that make sense? And so if they don't care about themselves, why would they care about you? They don't. And so
If they're very selfish, is that the same thing?
selfish, you could say selfish or self-centered. I would say the easiest way to say it is they're asleep. They're just very asleep. And sometimes, you know, it's that, what's that saying? Let sleeping dogs lie. Right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Let sleeping dogs lie. That usually is somebody who's even kind of a little bit of a good person, but they're kind of asleep. Just let them be. Like, you know, waking them up sometimes is kind of traumatizing.
If they're old, especially.
What's that?
If they're super old, especially.
It doesn't matter the age, actually, you know, because a lot of times when people are a little bit asleep, they're sleeping something off. Trauma in this lifetime, maybe a trauma in the past, you know, it's something from the past. And so sometimes you just got to let people be for a little while. when they get tired of it, or they get enough rest, or they get enough recovery time, all of a sudden they'll start to wake up when their time is right. Yeah. And so, you know, I always try to do the thing where, like, I don't know. You let them be, as long as they're not hurting themselves or hurting other people. You know, if they're hurting other people, then maybe you gotta do a little something. But if they're not, you just let them be.
Isn't there in this particular exercise, isn't there a little forgiveness kind of comes into
Sure,
it?
forgiveness would come in.
And,
Sure, sure.
You know, I mean, I'm thinking back on some of my situations, it's kind of like letting it go.
Mhm.
It's also an exercise in seeing the, you know, the reality of what really happened
Mhm.
clearer,
Sure.
and being able to go, okay, well, that happened and there's no changing it, but I'm just gonna let it go.
Right.
I'm gonna let them go their way and me go my way. And
Yeah, forgiveness would be a piece of it, and like seeing it through different eyes or a different perspective, you know, instead of seeing it through the hurt eyes. Like, we go back to our friend, you know, as a couple, and you know, we really like them. They seem to really like us, and then all of a sudden they made their announcement, and it just, like, we kind of laughed about it. 10 years ago, that would have super hurt my feelings, you know, but now I'm just like, I guess that's what's happening. So, you know. So sometimes in situations like that, you know, it might be that somebody said something offensive, or, you know, not intentionally, but it just kind of happened, and you can kind of talk it out. And when you have friends, you're like, you know, that really hurt my feelings when you said that, and then you kind of resolve it. But like when somebody's being like passive aggressive, or they do things like to intentionally hurt or something, I just find, what's the point of the drama? Just, you know, just, okay, you hurt my feelings, walk away, instead of letting it just escalate and all the drama, because nothing's going to get resolved. You know, we have had situations where somebody has said something or done something, or sometimes I've done something and I hurt somebody's feelings and they started acting weird, and I was like, ugh, did I say something? And they go, yeah, you said da, da, da. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, you know, I had no idea. Wasn't thinking about that. It wasn't intentional, or, you know, whatever. And, you know, it got resolved. But, you know, the intention behind it wasn't hurt feelings or something. You know, it happens a lot in like business situations. You know, you're doing something and you do something different with somebody else or something, and they get riled up, and it was like, it wasn't the intention. It was just, we were taking care of business and didn't think this out or something. So, but then later that same person did something very intentional. Like, you know what I mean? So, what do you do?
And so
Yeah.
I'm also kind of hearing the
Yeah.
idea that trying to get closure might be all very
Yeah.
well from your mind.
But closure is a lot like a Yeti. Closure is a lot like a Yeti. I hear that it exists somewhere. I just have never seen it.
that's so
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to move over to Astara. So we're gonna take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 and we'll do more of this. We'll move away from abandonment and we'll do some other things that are a little bit more fun. So I'll see you at 1:30, and if you want, join us for Astara. We'll do a little quick 20-minute little healing session, and we'll see you after lunch. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we are going to jump to page 11 in the booklet, if you're following along there. If not, no big. But we are going to do the materialization breath and healing, but for relationships. So, you know, if you think about, like, okay, we're doing materialization breath and healing, you know, the first thing we think of is like, okay, what bad relationships? But it's not always about bad relationships. It's also can be about good relationships. getting stronger, getting better, deeper connection. It's not always about bad things. It could be about good things getting better. I don't know. I think when I was younger, like things would be kind of good, and then something else would happen that would be better. Like it boggled my mind that things could be better. But as you get older, you know, relationships that were, from your youth, they change. People go in different ways, and you have different connections, and the dynamics are different. And I have friends from when I was very young that I still love them very dearly, but it's very different than when we were young. It's just not the same. And basically what I'm saying is relationships go through changes just like we go through changes. And so it's to strengthen them, to help them, to fortify them, to make the connection deeper. But if you have somebody where a relationship went bad, or you just have a difficult person in your life, this also would be helpful for that. So it could be good, could be bad. For me, like when I first started doing this practice so many years ago, boy, it was years ago. It was a long time ago, a really long time ago. For about the first 10 or 11 years, alls I did, I don't know, I was young, so I didn't trust my own judgment, right? So I was like, I don't even know what I want, or if I want something, I have a really bad chooser, so I'm probably choosing something not good. I had all these things in my head that, over the years kind of fell away or died, or, whatever it is. I didn't know what to choose. So my relationship component of it was a deity. Like I just connected with you could do a teacher, but you could also just do, like if you're Christian, you do Christ. If you're Buddha, you do the Buddha. If you're, Hindu, you do Rama or Krishna or whatever it is. If you're Jewish, what would you connect with? Like what would be your thing?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah. Yeah, the Essenes. Yeah, that'd be great. Moses. Yeah, Moses, like in the old mystical books, Moses is mentioned a lot. But yeah, just whatever version, like whatever's specific to you, whatever you have an affinity for. Yeah, because like even in Buddhist practices, um, you know, I do a bunch of Buddhist practices, but very little of it is directed at the Buddha. It's, I'm doing Zangapa, I'm doing a Dharma protector, I'm doing, so whatever your practice is at the time, because even your practice will change. You might be working something like growing up Catholic, we would do the different saints or whatever. And my favorite thing about growing up Catholic, when I was a little kid, they would say, don't pray to Jesus, he's busy. Pray to Mary. And I'd always be like, Jesus is too busy to hear my prayers? Like, that seems kind of weird. I got told that probably 500 times. Yeah. Jesus is too busy, pray to Mary. And so, as you grow up, even though you might stay within that practice, the thing that you might be cultivating or devoted to might change. So kind of whatever works for you, you get to be the captain of the ship. So you get to kind of call, you get to call what you're going to do. Yeah. So it could be a relationship. It could also be, like you said, a spiritual practice, whatever it is. So what I do is close your eyes and just reflect. Reflect on the person, the being that you want to connect with or heal, whatever it might be. And then let that go. Just notice, like, just make a mental note of this is how that felt. Good, bad, indifferent, connected, what level of connection? So a lot of times, some of the oils that you can use for this might be similar from materialization breath to different materialization breaths. Like some of the things that we did in earlier might be also useful here. And part of that is you're directing the materialization breath in this first piece where you do the reflection and you tap into something. Remember how we were talking about it yesterday? As you recall something, it stimulates a certain part of your brain. So then when you do this practice, it's working that aspect that got stimulated in your brain. Energetically, you're bringing something to the surface. It's like when you visualize something, you visualize like, okay, I'm going to go to Greece for a vacation and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Part of that is your mind just kind of visiting those places and what it would be like, but your body kind of starts to have the experience like you're on that trip, right? So we're kind of tapping into that set of mechanics, right? So there's choices here. Acacia, clary sage, frankincense, hyssop, jasmine. Which one are you using? No, we're going to use this. We're on segment 7.
Do you have to do feminine or masculine?
No. Well, you like feminine, masculine. No, you could do either one. So she's asking if you're doing a DT, do you have to do feminine or masculine? You can choose whatever you'd like. But this is what I would say. When it's masculine, it is the will aspect, and it's about purification. So think if you do purification all the time, think about like having to go to the bathroom 24/7. Not very pleasant. So masculine, I would do from time to time. Feminine, I would do pretty regular. So because the feminine aspect is the more love aspect. So it's soothing, it's nurturing, it's stabilizing.
Other than the one that you've used, how do you pick somebody else?
Like, give me an example.
I use Jesus on it.
Well, Jesus actually would be considered feminine. Yeah, because it's the love aspect. So even if the body is physical, like male, it's still, Jesus is about love. So love would be feminine. Yeah. But like a perfect example would be Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin is feminine, like in Japan and China and things like that, Vietnam. But then in Tibet, when Kuan Yin came in, there needed to be a little bit of house cleaning. So Kuan Yin is masculine. So same being, but one's purifying, one's more loving, right? So when you're invoking, that's why if you look, the ones that are male usually have like big eyes or they're holding a weapon or something, it's to clean up human consciousness, like it's purifying, like it's getting rid of lower tendencies so that the love aspect can come in. But if you're just trying to do devotional practices or things like that, the goddess or divine feminine, whatever, that is the thing to cultivate. I would say for most things, like the will aspect would be like what an ascetic does. Like if you're like you're giving up all your worldly possessions and everything, and you're just going to live a life of a renunciant. Like, you would do like Shiva, or you would do like Padmasambhava or something. But if you're just needing a little tune-up from time to time, then you do Shiva every once in a while, or you do Padmasambhava sometimes, or, something of that nature. But like when you're trying to cultivate something like soft, Tara, all the Taras are feminine. Yeah. Even the more masculine ones, they're still considered feminine. Yeah. Yeah. Um, I would actually throw King Solomon into more divine intelligence. So, yeah, yeah, sure.
Goodness.
Interesting choice, but yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, that would be good. That would still be low. Yeah, yeah.
Remind me what we're doing.
We're doing the materialization breath in here in person. We're using pain relief psychogenic, which is one of my faves. And so it just has a psychological healing component, like for pain or unresolved issues. But there's a big list of oils. You know, again, hyssop, jasmine, kava kava, larch, lavender, melissa, neoli, ravint, rose geranium, rose, spikenard, tuberose, valerian. The combination of rose and frankincense, shabumi, the blend, the Buddha, chasud, chashmalim, healing elixir. For the ones that have the kit, I would probably use healing elixir for this one, for the kit for purchase.
Is this what we're still working on, or are we switching up a little?
We're still doing the materialization breath, but we're doing relationships now. Okay. So again, you're still thinking of the person, or if you're doing a deity or something like that, think of the deity. Your awareness is on your heart. And then let it go. Put the bottle or the oil to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then when you're done, just be still. Think of the person. As you think of the person, what do you notice? Something shifting or changing? Yeah, softening. Okay. Okay, so again, you're thinking of the person, your awareness is on your heart. You let that go, bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And just be still. And when you're being still now, just be aware of the emotions or the thoughts that arise. You're not trying to stimulate anything, you're just observing. Just watch what comes up. Sometimes it has nothing to do with the person. Now reflect on that person. You're thinking of the person, you're holding them in the heart. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 materialization breath. You're just observing your thoughts and your emotions. Whatever arises, arises. Keep thinking, reflecting on that relationship, but do it now with your awareness on the heart. Okay, so notice how you feel compared to when you began. And we're going to do some experiments, right? Because I mean, you're getting the idea of the materialization breath, but I always kind of feel or think that the more understanding you have about the process and the mechanics of the process, the more potent it becomes, right? So let's look at this idea of focus versus awareness, right? Focus versus awareness. Now, this is not in the booklet. This is us doing an experiment. So focus is being very one-pointed, right? And awareness is not really focused on the thing, not being one-pointed, but you're just being aware of all the little nuances, right? You could say focus is like putting something under the microscope, and awareness is like looking through a telescope. You know, you're looking at something, but you're having very different perspectives. Now, part of why this is important here is you're playing with intellect and intuition. When you're super focused, focus is the byproduct of intellect. Now, sometimes in these situations, like here, we're talking about relationships. You know, we're having difficulties, or even if things are going well, we get a little in our head about it. You know, I think this, I think that, this is my opinion about this is my opinion about something somewhere else that then impacts this relationship. You know, we get in our heads a little bit. And if you think about, like, you know, you might be fine with somebody, and then all of a sudden they start getting under your skin a little bit, and you're like, they did this, they did this, they did this. Like, you start generating a list that is for a hypothetical court case that is going to be presented somewhere that, you know, never happens, but you're like, I'm going to present this and everybody going to see what a jerk they are and how amazing I am, or, you know, whatever it is, right? And so focus is good, but when it's excessive, can start to cause a problem. Intuition is good, but if you're always in that intuitive state, it's hard to be practical in some of the day-to-day things. So we want to be able to shift between the two. Usually the stumbling block is intellect. Even when people feel that they're intuitive, it's usually still intellect, right? So this leaves us with a little bit of a predicament, because a lot of how we live our lives is through intellect. And so sometimes when it's time to be intuitive, you're like, how do I do it? And especially if you've had way more years being intellectual than being intuitive, you know, a lot of times our work, even if we're doing things that are kind of intuitive, we still have to be very intellectual to make the job happen, you know? And so how do we balance these two? What happens if we're a little too stuck in intellect? What happens if we get a little too focused about something, right? Intellect has a hard time letting go of control. Intuition's not very controlling. You know, it's just kind of like a butterfly. It floats in, it floats out. But if you go to intuition, bounce my checkbook, it floats in, it floats out. Like, it doesn't really do it, right? And so how do we deal with this difficulty, right? How do we deal with this difficulty of intellect, of being too focused? So focus can be repetitive thoughts, could be grinding on somebody, could be always thinking of the details, can be micromanaging, could be any version of this. Anxiety, you could say anxiety is lack of awareness. It's too much intellect, lack of awareness, right? It's also speculation, always speculating about the future. What about this? This person's going to do this, they're going to do that. This is going to be bad. This is, you start going down the weird rabbit hole, right? So one of the easiest ways to break out of that intellectual thinking or that focus is you kind of, how like if you were young and your mom or dad caught you smoking cigarettes and they go, okay, you want to smoke cigarettes? Here, smoke the whole pack there, big boy. Right? Never happened to me, by the way. But if your mind is stuck on being focused, instead of trying to pull your mind out of focus, go, you want to focus? Let's focus. Let's really do this. Because at some point, what you do is you fatigue the mind so that it can become intuitive. Right? So let's do it like this. We'll do this in steps. Okay. First, you can think of the person or you can just think of an object. How about we'll do an object first? Pick up one of your bottles of oil, stick it on the table or in front of you. Okay, so one level is start staring at the bottle. Start staring at the object. Just intensely be one pointed. Your eyes are open, you're looking at the bottle. If your mind starts to bounce away, you come back, you focus at the bottle. You're not trying to think about anything, you're just staring at the bottle. Keep focusing more and more on the bottle. Try not to be doing other things. Don't fiddle with things around you. Just stay one pointed on the object. Keep focused on the object. Keep staying focused on the object. Now let go of the subject. Let go of the object. Just close your eyes and just let it go. Let the focus go. Just close your eyes for a moment. Okay, so when you let go, didn't you expand a little bit more than normal? Or did you expand? Like, at least let's say that. Like when you let go, you kind of went. But did you notice even when you were focusing, when you start bouncing away, it's because you're starting to have expansion, right? You're starting to do like, ooh, okay, I'm focused. Ooh, okay. What's that? Yeah, so starting to see double, right? That's another thing that happens, right? So this is based on yin and yang, right? This is based, I mean, everything we do is based on yin and yang, but here the explanation will help. Your intellect is yin. Your intuition is yang, right? Yang is essence, yin is the form, right? So when we're talking about intellect and intuition, it's just the version of the mind and how it manifests with yin and yang, right? So with yin and yang, whenever something becomes polarized, it produces the opposite, right? So whenever something becomes super polarized, becomes extreme, it produces the opposite. So if you're having a hard time letting go and having expansion and awareness, a lot of times, this was my personal problem when I was younger. I would sit and grind on things. I could get too focused on things. So I would try all these tricks to like, oh, make my mind let go. And then I just started doing these practices where like, okay, I'm just going to focus. And you kind of fatigue the mind so that it lets go. So instead of trying to fight it and make it go the other direction, you go, okay, let's make it even more polarized. If I'm having a hard time with repetitive thoughts, let's really think about those thoughts. And you go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And then pretty soon you fatigue the mind and the mind just goes, ugh, and let's go. And in that letting go, things have become intuitive and it starts to clean up whatever you were grinding on. Does that make sense?
Say it again.
So like say you're grinding on, oh, this bottle is stupid. It's too small. It's amber. It's this and that. And you're just like, oh, these details. And so you keep looking at it. And then you keep grinding on it. And you're like, who even makes bottles this small? Whatever it is. I'm just making things up, obviously. And so you keep grinding on it. And then at some point, and you keep staying super, super focused. And then at some point, you've become super polarized, and then your mind starts producing essence. And in that essence, it cleans up whatever your mind was doing, right? The reason why it lingers in our mind is we focus just enough and then we back off. We basically allow it to stay, right? So if you keep going deeper and deeper on the focus, at some point you let it go. Then you move into awareness. Awareness comes and just starts mopping it all up, right? So then when you go back and focus again, you're like, well, it's really not that bad of a bottle. It's maybe old, it's got some stuff on it, but it's okay. Like your perspective changes, right? So you push focus to the extreme. So the opposite will happen with meditation. You're having meditation, you're having expansion. It's like, this is beautiful. This is amazing. I never want to leave here. And then pretty soon you start to feel yourself coming back into the body, right? You went into expansion or awareness to such a degree that it started to produce focus. So you start to come back in your body. So it's always going to be this like cycle. If you're focused, it's eventually going to produce awareness. If you're in deep awareness, it's eventually going to produce focus. So if you know this, you can enhance intellect and you can enhance intuition by doing them to the extreme. Does that make sense? So like when you have a situation with a person, you're like, they did this, they did that. You don't even have to think of those details. Just focus on the person really intensely. And as you focus on them, all of a sudden you'll notice, I don't have the repetitive thoughts about them anymore. It's because you fatigued the mind, right? You fatigued the mind and you shifted it into awareness. Does that make sense?
It does, but how would I help Brian get that? Like, That would help him so much.
It's something that has to be practiced. Like, I don't know. There's no tricking somebody into that. They would have to, yeah. She's asking, like, she has a partner that's like, if he got this, because he's very focused, but that's the thing. A lot of times when people are very intellectual, they don't allow the awareness to slip in. So like when it starts to slip in, they pull back a little bit and they maintain it. So, one of the other ways that you can do it is like, that's what we do with three brains. For those that have done three brains. So the three brains are your mental brain, which is, the brain itself, the emotional brain, that's the solar plexus in the gut, and then your instinctive brain, which is the sex chakra, right? Or they sometimes call it the root brain, not the root chakra, but the root brain. So the three of these together, when they're harmonized, produce intuitive thinking, right? Intuitive thought. So one of the ways to jumpstart intuitive thinking is to put your awareness on all three. So we'll do this. So watch, we'll do a little experiment. Close your eyes. Put your awareness on your brain. Put your awareness on your brain, and then we're just going to watch and see what happens. And then if you let go, it feels okay, but now put your awareness on your solar plexus. And then just let go. Now put your awareness on your sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then just let go. Notice how that feels. Feels kind of nice, right? Well, how do we step it up a notch? Put your awareness on the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain, all three at the same time. And then let go of that. What happened when you did all three and then you let go? Right, yeah. So you notice like the level of expansion or awareness was even greater. So you can keep going down this rabbit hole. So again, you're trying, by doing this, you're also refining the intellect. Like you're making the intellect work better, function better. So you're going to put your awareness on your brain, your solar plexus, the sex chakra, all three at the same time. But now 1/3 on the brain, 1/3 of your attention's on the solar plexus, 1/3 on the sex chakra. So a third of focus here, third of focus there, third of focus on the sex chakra. So all three balance out your focus. Your awareness is on your brain, your solar, your sex chakra, all three at the same time, equally, the best that you can. And then just let go. Just letting go. Do you notice your mind's a little calmer? There's a little less tension, and you can kind of contemplate and reflect in a way that you couldn't do before, right? It's because you're playing with focus and awareness, focus and awareness, focus and awareness. And what starts to happen is there starts to be a union in the one, and it starts to produce a oneness, right? So in the Hindu tradition, they refer to this as samayama. You're developing focus, you're developing awareness, and then eventually you're developing oneness. And then at some point, all three come together and you're just in that state all the time. So the key is to, if you're going to focus, really focus. If you're going to go into awareness, really practice awareness. So let's just continue the experiment. Remember, we had you reflecting on the person. You're just observing them, right? So before you were doing that, but maybe the mind was still a little bit in focus. Now you have greater levels of awareness. Just reflect on that person, just observe that person and see what you notice. Okay, let it go. How did it feel with that person compared to when you were practicing awareness before? A little bit different, yeah? Intuition, the intuitive mind, is going to be the part that problem solves or increases the connection. So if there's some sort of difficulty with this person, this is how you're going to resolve it. Like the mind will, the intuitive mind will start problem solving even before you're completely intellectually aware of it. Intellect kind of deals with it when it blows up. Intuition goes, I see a problem. Let's start resolving this now. Right? So let's take it a step further. We're doing what we did, but we're applying it to this situation. Look at the person, whoever your relationship is, however good or bad it is, right? Focus on them. Be really super like one-pointed. Like really hold the image in your mind, really focus, hold the detail. Don't look at all the nuances, just focus on the person, just focus on their body, focus on their face, whatever it is. Stay really super focused on the person. Okay, let go of the focus. You're now observing or just watching. You're letting your mind let go of the focus, but you're still kind of just observing whatever comes up. Now, focus on that person again. Just their body, their face, whatever it was. Be really one pointed on how you focus on the person. Stay focused on that person. Keep staring just at their form. Just letting go. Just let go. As you observe, your awareness is on your heart. Just observe whatever comes up, whatever you see, your awareness is on your heart. Now, let that go. Bottle of oil to your chest or the oil to your chest. Chin down. Do 8 or 9 materialization breaths now. And what do you notice about that person? How about this? Let's give you a little bit of time to process it. We're going to still do more on this particular subject, but we'll give you a little bit of a break. So we'll come back at about 10 till. Okay, everybody. Okay, let's have a seat. Let's have a seat. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. We're going to do, we've done practices today and all day yesterday, but let's start doing a little problem solving and get off of just doing the repetitive techniques, and let's get a little crazy with it. Okay, so we're still going to do the relationship healing component. Do you still have that oil, or did I? No, it's the psychogenic. Okay, so whatever oil you're using for the relationship healing, we're going to still be doing that, but we're going to go a little bit deeper. So whatever you are using, go ahead and pull it out again. Okay, so you have your oil ready. Now you're going to focus. Let's even stay on that same person. Focus on that person. Be very one pointed on that person. Just think of them as their form, their body, or their face. You're staying super focused on that person. You're not even inhaling yet. You're just staying super focused. Stay one pointed on that person. And then let go. Just let go of it all. Watch whatever arises, arises. Be it emotions or thoughts, you're just watching whatever comes up. If it's stillness, it's stillness. Focus on the person again. Be very one pointed. On their body or on their face, just stay really focused on their form. We're super focused on the person. And then just let go. Okay, let's try something a little deeper. Your awareness is on your brain, your solar plexus, your sex chakra, all three at the same time. And then just let go for a moment. Just let go. As you practice having your awareness on the brain, the solar, and the sex, you notice it almost becomes like having your attention on one thing. At first, it's like, got all these balls in the air. But after a while, it just becomes one thing. Okay, so again, brain, solar, sex chakra, all three at the same time. And with your awareness on all three, try to have your awareness also on that person. And then just let go. Just let go. Just let go. Just completely let go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. When you're done, be still. Just be aware. Be aware of the relationship with that person. Just letting go. Focus on that person. Very one-pointedly focus on that person. Just let go. Let go of it all. Okay, one more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. When you're done, just be still. Just be still. Just be still. Observe. What emotions arise? What thoughts arise? Hey. So notice how you feel about that person. You think about this person. We're going deep on this, right? So remember yesterday when we were doing chords, cleaning chords between us and a person? What happens when you mix chocolate and peanut butter? So we're going to do a little bit of a throwback to yesterday. So pull out whatever you used for the etheric chords component yesterday. Ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, or the blend etheric chords. And start thinking, remember how we were being focused? Focus on the person, be one pointed with the person as you inhale. Think of the person, be super one pointed, take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Few more inhalations. And then just pause and be still. Remember how we were doing focus and then awareness? Here, you're focusing and then you're allowing yourself to be aware. The focus, you're inhaling. Awareness, you're just letting go of everything. So you've let go of the inhalation, you're just being still. Okay, focus on that person again. Stay very one pointed on that person, their form or their face. And then inhale either the etheric chords or ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, whatever you're using. How's that treating you? How's that treating you?
Changed.
Yeah. 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 You're still thinking of that person pretty one-pointed. And then let go of the inhalation, let go of everything. Now, if you think your body can handle it, and that's a big if, right? If you think your body can handle it, go back to the oil before etheric cords, whatever you were using, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. I'd say, Tracy, maybe give yourself a break. Yeah. The pain relief psychogenic for you guys. Or you could also use, you have the kit, so healing elixir or acacia. But 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Is that working for you? Yeah. So during the materialization breath, I see a lot of yawning going on. That means you're going out of defense mode or fight flight. Even if it's a good relationship, you're lowering your defenses so you can have a deeper connection. You're shifting your nervous system. And then just be still. And we won't be doing any more inhaling, at least not for a little while. But just like think of the person now. Think of some negative things that they've done. Think of whatever. If it's a loved one, think about how much you love them compared to how much you loved them an hour ago. Now, this is what I would also say about this. If there is an unresolved issue between you and a loved one that is potentially going to be a problem, it's going to come out with this. Like, you know what I mean? Like if there's like, yeah, we're good, but there's really like, we're good, but there's this thing, right? You'll flush it out now. Like, so if there's like unconscious or unresolved anger or something like that, it's also what's diminishing the connection between you and the person. This is the way to flush that out. Right? If there's like old hurt feelings or an old trauma or resentment, this is a way to flush it out. Like for me, I would say most times, like I say a friend or family member, as much as I think talking out is going to resolve something, it never has. Never has. You know, it's just people come up with different ways of presenting their side of the issue rather than saying, wow, okay, you know what, maybe I need to think this out and do something different, or I'm sorry or something. They just almost like double down on things.
Yeah. So
You know?
example, class that I will never forget, and I use it all the time, is blessing the earth under the person.
Right.
The more I dislike what happened,
Right.
the more time I spend on it.
Right.
Next time I see them.
So let's go ahead and share some experiences and things and process this a little bit before we move on and do something different. Let's go ahead and share. So unmute yourself, type in, raise your hand. Yeah, Terry.
I think like you said, though, I'm working on me and my perspective of that.
Mhm.
right? I can only do so much. And so it turned out that I ended up just focusing really on me.
Mhm.
Like he just started becoming more diminished,
Right,
right?
Right,
So I don't know if that resolved between us, but I know where I am with that.
so what she's saying is she started with focusing on a person. And as we were doing this process and we kept unwinding it, it really became less about that person and more about her. Like, and so there's still, there's that old saying, takes two coins to ding, right? So if you pull away yourself, there's no more dinging, right? And so if there's some sort of conflict, if you're shifting and changing, I go back to that thing where I had that obnoxious relative that would come in and say a bunch of obnoxious things. And I would, you don't understand, I would defend myself, I'd say you're insulting, whatever. And then finally I just came to this place out of exhaustion. Well, aren't we a pair? I changed the game, right? I changed how I interacted with that person, which then that person either changes how they interact with you or they get afraid of you and they stay away. But the dance stopped, like, whatever that is. And you're not going to change the other person. But if you can shift, then, even if they say those obnoxious things, they don't stick. They don't cause a reaction. They don't cause you to get triggered. And you'll find that you don't take it on, you don't defend it. And even when they're saying things, you're like, I don't even feel the need to like defend myself. Like, because who cares what your opinion is? Like, honestly, when I lay down at night, I don't go, I wonder what Bob is thinking about me. Like, I never think about that. I never think that. But in the moment, it feels like that. Like, I have to resolve this, right? And so if you resolve that part in you, they don't have the power that they used to have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I still don't know whether that relationship is resolved. I know where I am. I know the value of me is kind of where I went.
Mhm.
So I guess it's just gonna see whether there's any.
Yeah, you're looking at it very intellectually. Like, it's going to be about the interaction between the two of you. It's more of the intuitive part, which is learning, growing, adjusting, adapting. It's going to be more about that. Yeah. Right. Anybody else want to share?
Yeah, go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi.
Mhm.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, good.
Well, I was yawning so much, like crazy, and I was like burping a little bit. And I think these are the ways that taking out from your body the things that they are like I wanted to throw up. So I felt really not good, but and then I think that sometimes when and you are so very mental and you don't want to hear anymore the bad things they are telling about you, or you are fighting and you don't want to be in the fight. I think this is a good way to let go and follow your dreams, right?
Yeah, it will make you less reactive. Yeah, because a lot of our interactions are more automatic behavior and automatic thinking than they are us making cognitive choices. There are a lot of instinctual responses. And so what happens is not only do you shift how you interact with this one person, but you'll start to notice that because you cleared out the homeostatic emotion and shifted how you see and interact with this person, it starts to shift how you see and interact with other people as well. Because it's like if you're weighed down by one person, it starts to affect other relationships as well. Behavior and interaction is not as much mental and emotional as you would think. That's why, like, when we're doing the three brains, it's the brain, the solar plexus, and the sex chakra. The sex chakra has a lot to do with social interactions. It's instinctive responses, it's behaviors. And so, think about when you go out and you start interacting with people, you're not going to think, about your reaction of like how they said this or that, you just kind of quickly adjust and you start saying things, right? Or you start interacting. A lot of that is instinctual. So that means you're not choosing, you're just reacting. So by going through and doing this, you're changing the way you react to the individual and to associated triggers. Like,
So
you know,
if
that person might be an example of other people in your life, and you'll start to notice, like, I react very differently to these other people. I would say the slippery slope for all of us is we think that we think things out way more than we really do. We really don't. It's a lot of reactions. It's a lot of reactions. And so you're trying to change how we react. Does that make sense?
yes, and so if you sometimes are really very mental and the
Uh-huh.
people cannot without thinking, can help too, or it's only with one person that has like
No,
issues.
it will help. Like the more you do it with a few different people, it will start overlapping into other people. Yeah. Like I'll give you an example. Like going back to this was like when I was very young, and I kind of shifted some of these things with a particular person in my family. All of a sudden, I started noticing at work, I was acting very differently at work, and I was actually more effective at work. Had nothing to do with that individual, but I wasn't weighed down by the crap from that individual. Like, so all of a sudden I felt a little freer. I felt a little lighter because, you know, that's the thing is in our mind, we see how much we interact with a particular person and we're like, they're here, they're not here. Your body is completely unaware of all of that. If it's weighed down by a person, it's always weighed down from situation to situation to situation to situation. So when you lighten that load, you go to the next situation, you're a little lighter, you're a little freer, you're a little bit more able to interact a little bit better, you know, because it is instinctual responses, right? So the more you unwind these things, you'll notice that your social interactions will also start to change.
Okay, thank you so much,
Does
Greg.
that make sense?
Sorry.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg, that was amazing. I can't
Oh,
even
good.
tell you what happened because it was hopscotch through lifetimes with this person. And I love when you said flesh it out because I focused on one thing and then it was another, and then different oils came up to use.
Mhm.
I think I started off with the healing elixir and then I went to pain relief psychogenic. What is
Mhm.
in that one? Because that like was very different and started shifting things. And then I went to Greek lavender.
Let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
That one I can almost do from memory because it's one of my favorites.
I think you have like 1,000 favorites. I might have
Yeah,
some of
I
them.
do. Yeah. It's helichrysum, Roman chamomile, Cape chamomile, vetiver, ginger, juniper, basil, marjoram, frankincense premium, rosemary, and St. John's wort.
Oh my God, that's a powerhouse.
Yeah, it is.
Which one was
Um,
after vetiver?
Ginger.
Yeah, I missed one too. So what was after marjoram and before rosemary? Oh, there we go.
Frankincense premium.
Okay.
Yeah.
without getting into the story, because that was what I was trying to like release,
Mhm.
kind of the root pattern. And one part, I could see the person try to cord to my root to
Mhm.
destabilize me. I mean, and then we went on this really strange journey. And I appreciated the oils so very much and the guidedness, because I didn't re-experience anything, which was fabulous.
Mhm.
It was really more about information.
Mhm.
My intellect, I'll acknowledge that, wants to know, is there anything that can help fortify like the base? The root. When I was saying it, it's not the basic chakra, it's actually coming in through the root of the body.
What are you calling the root?
Oh geez, let's just say just in front of the perineum.
So the sex chakra?
No, well, imagine like standing there in the ground, just between your legs, like going straight up, rooting through, you know, vulnerable spots. So
How far below your perineum?
I would just say, just how far below? Oh,
Uh-huh.
it was almost like it's a couple of inches in front and it could just like attach immediately. Like it looked like a big hose.
Hmm.
I think it's, associated to go
Try
ahead.
cinnamon. Try cinnamon.
Cinnamon and just ingesting it or
Inhale it into that area.
inhale it into the area. Okay. Cinnamon supreme. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I have lots of your cinnamon. So,
Mhm.
all right. And could I also use tamala or cinnamon leaf?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Those are fine.
Yeah, that
Okay.
would work, yeah.
All right. I feel really great, by the way. Thank you very much. This one
Good,
has
good.
been very niggly for a long time. So I
Good.
appreciated the safe space to just step into it and say, be gone.
Right.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I need a nap.
Yeah, yeah, no joke.
Uh, Would this be a good one to do for healing from anger and resentment with an alcoholic parent? My mother no longer drinks, but we don't have shared reality, and I constantly have this feeling of entitlement to assistance from her, and I think it's because she let me down so much for so long. I want to change how I react to her behavior. It's gotten a lot better with all of the various plant prana oil classes I've taken. The abandonment one, I typically do a segment per day because it's always so intense for me.
Yeah, I would say do kind of a version of what we did. I mean, we kind of went off the the protocol and we started mixing things. I would mix things as much as you're comfortable, but do the materialization breath with that person and do cord work with that person. And because part of it is like if you think of instincts, like you're having an interaction, but also that idea of like things being triggered, that's what it's triggering is instinctive responses. There's good triggers and there's bad triggers, right? Like you see somebody that you love and you haven't seen for a while, you have this triggered response, the heart gets big, you're saying hi, you give them a hug, you have these triggered like good memories that kind of come up. And then when you have bad memories, there's negative triggers, right? The triggers are always the instincts. So even if you're emotional or mental about a person, and even if you're being cognitive about a person, a significant part of your interaction is instinct, right? It never goes away. It never turns off. It's a conditioned response. And so the more that we open this up and we do the materialization process and we clean the cords between us and that person, it changes how it triggers your instinctive responses. So then because if you think about it, like you get around a person and you start interacting and your behavior changes or something, it's not like you go, I choose to act a little bit different than I was before, than I was this morning, or I'm feeling funny, so I'm gonna do what I feel. You just have this weird response and you just start going down this weird rabbit hole of these responses, and then you keep trying to make sense out of it or put the fire out. So it's hard to do it in the moment. I mean, you can do it, but it's hard to do in the moment. But if you go through and you do this like almost in a preventative way, you change the game. You change how you're going to interact. You know, it's that person, it's kind of like what one person was saying here. Like that person is still the person that they are. But how you interact, how you have those instinctive responses, how you get triggered in a good way or a bad way is going to shift or change. And I go back to the idea of that thing that I said to that relative that one time where I go, well, aren't we a pair? I didn't think about that. I didn't go, cognitively when I get there and they say this and then they say that, I'm going to choose and say this amazing line that I came up. I didn't think about that, and I wasn't even feeling an emotion. I was like tired of it. I'd had it. I was so done with it. And so I kept doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And I was like, this doesn't work. I don't know what I'm going to do. And so they popped off and they said whatever. And I didn't even think it just flew out of my mouth. Well, aren't we a pair? And if you could have saw the machinery shut down in that person where they were like, they didn't know what to do with it. I didn't think about it. It just flew out of my mouth. Another way of saying that is it got triggered, but in a positive way. There was a triggered response where I was able to, I don't know what you would call it, like defend myself or disarm him or, whatever it was because of this new kind of response. Right. And so even that was still a triggered response, but it was an ally rather than making me do the same thing over and over again. Yeah. So with a parent that has had like a history like that, you'll have to do it for a while. I mean, if it was just a person like, hey, my neighbor used to be this way, it wouldn't take very long. But with a relative or a parent or a sibling or a partner, it'll take a little while, It's been reinforced for quite a while. So you'll have to unwind it a little bit. But part of what comes out, those homeostatic emotions, anger, resentment, anxiety, fear, all those kinds of things are what's coming out. Yeah, anybody else want to share here?
Oh, they actually added, also, I noticed that even when I didn't speak to her, people like her just keep showing up.
Right.
So I know this
Yeah.
is something
I mean,
totally right.
yeah, so like that kind of goes back and even to a greater degree. I mean, you nailed it. Is like just because you go, okay, I'm never going to interact with that person. You meet other people from their tribe. You know what I mean? You like all their tribe members start coming out, and because that thing like attracts like, and you still have those triggers embedded in you. So then it's just you walk around, trigger, 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 trigger. And so think of it like this. In a way, healing is not very attractive. It's not. So if you don't want to attract something like that in your life, if you heal it, people that behave like that don't find you very attractive. Like if you've done that dance before where you're like, okay, alcoholic parent, I'm angry, there was this, there was that. People that are like that go, ooh, that person is attractive to me. They've done this dance before. But if you go through and you unwind that, all of a sudden, you're not attractive to that person anymore. And I'm not talking about physical appearance. I'm like, we can do this drama. Like they've already been prepped, they've already been trained. And if you take that away, all of a sudden the training goes away, you know, the whatever it is. So healing is not attractive to people like this. So you just become very unattractive to people who are going to be abusive, or you become very unattractive to people who are going to be obnoxious. And, you know, that part of my family, you know, there was a lot to unpack there. And even though I wouldn't spend very much time around them, I was always having issues with that kind of personality type. And now when people pull that stuff, it's almost like watching something on TV. I was like, oh, look, they're trying to do that drama dance. Yeah, I'm not interested. But most times what happens is people aren't even attracted to do that dance with me anymore. Where in the old days, you know, I would fight the good fight with this person or that person or whatever. But the more that I worked on it, it became very unattractive to the people who were of that same tribe. And so that's what you're trying to do. Healing is very unattractive, you know, to those things that are triggering. So if you have something where you're like, I keep having the same pattern over and over again, try to get to the place where you're very unattractive to that pattern. So it usually just means, you know, shifting it, being different, not being triggered, not having that anger inside. Like if you still like you, okay, mentally I've worked through it, but I still have a bunch of anger inside. Somebody's going to find that attractive and go, I don't have to train that person. They've got all that anger banked. I can interact with them, push their button, and off it goes. So if you take it all away, they just don't find you that interesting anymore. I find it very interesting. Like if I use myself as the example, when I was young, I could say that part of my family, I got picked on really hard, like really bad. You know, and I developed a little bit of a personality where, you know, you're going to dish it out to me, I'm going to push back, you know. So I still have that a little bit of my personality. But I will say when I go and interact with that family now, people hardly pay attention to me. Like I can sit in the corner and be quiet. Nobody really says anything. They just let me be. It's because I'm unattractive. You know, I'm not attracting. They know if they pick on me or something, I'm either not going to dance or I'm going to pull the carpet out from under them. And all of a sudden they're looking in the mirror to themselves. So they leave me alone.
They shared two things in that. They said that makes so much, oh my gosh, I can read. That makes so much sense. And then the other part was, I think the aura work has been really helpful.
Yeah.
And I have been,
Yeah.
it's been the greatest gift.
Yeah, the aura work would be another component to this. This like we're exploring a piece of it, but like working the aura would also be a big piece. So good for you. Good for you. You know, because the aura is like the potential, you know. And so, yeah, good for you.
Another person shared earlier, when we were going through the process, I'm gonna find it really quick. They did it on a teacher and said, I feel like I'm sinking into the image
Yeah, good for you.
on my heart.
Yeah, very, very good. Doing it with the teacher is always amazing.
That unattractive, God, thank you.
Yeah,
That's so,
very interesting, huh?
it's like once you start setting a boundary, cause
You don't even have to set a boundary. You could just be unattractive. The boundary is set. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you do have to set a boundary. I take that back. You know, like sometimes, you know, you draw a line in the sand. But the more unattractive, the boundaries are just there. You know what I mean?
spectacular.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I've got friends who are trying to set some boundaries and I'm going like it's gonna be an earthquake.
Mhm.
But this is like
Yeah,
the whole other side of
Yeah.
it. Spectacular
yeah,
thing.
you change the dance.
With what you're saying about that, so if you change yourself within relationship, then like your partner, and your partner has to either step up or they start drifting apart.
Yeah, so she's saying, like, if you shift this dynamic between you and your partner, the partner either has to step up or you grow apart. I would say allow for something new to come in and not have it set in your mind of like this has to happen or that has to happen. Just allow it to kind of evolve to something, because like sometimes it's not like a light switch. It's not just going to flick to like something new, but like little bits and little influences might start to nudge them, in a direction where they might start getting it a little bit, or, they might start hearing something you said versus, you know what I mean? Because part of that is, especially when it's a bigger group dynamic, which I think you're talking about, like the dynamic of work and family and all that. You're not just dealing with the energy between you and your partner, you're also dealing with the energy of the office because it's a family business, right? So working the different components, both between the business and the employees, and then you and your partner, changes the dynamic. And part of the interaction is some of the frustration towards the employees ends up going between you and the partner, right? And so the more you kind of clean that out, the more you can have, because think of it like this. Like if you're in the, like say you and I are in the middle of an argument, we're both upset at each other. We both keep saying something, neither one of us hears anything, right? Because we're emotional. So the more that things become mental, then you can go, well, when I do this, you have this reaction, and you go, well, when you do that, this is what I feel, and this is why it makes me upset, right? You're able to have a mental conversation, right? So what if there's a bunch of unconscious anger there? So no matter what you say, nothing's being heard, right? So it's not that you guys are fighting in the moment, but because of all the dynamics in the office, that emotion is there. So that means you're talking to a wall, right? And then there's just no response. So the more you clean that up, the more you can go, and then you say what it is, the more that the emotion calms down, the more the person can become mental. Like if there's too much emotion, never going to be mental. Like you're just going to have a back and forth, and it tends to escalate, right? So if you unwind, because like here, it might be that, yeah, you're upset at some of the people in the office. He might be unconsciously upset at the same people, but is afraid to say it.
Oh, yeah.
And so the dynamic between you guys, because you keep bringing it up, is like, now I'm angry at you because you're making me look at that. So you clean that up and go, boy, that person's kind of a jerk. And you don't have the anger there. All of a sudden, it's sunk into his brain a little bit deeper because now he can be mental.
Because every time I would say something about, because this is brother, right?
Right.
Every
I was
time
trying not to say his brother, but yeah.
Every time I say, we have to do something, and this is not working, he hears, he has to do something,
Right.
and it's all on him, and it's like, no.
Right.
But like, what was so hard about this process when I was thinking about him and doing it with him, is that I just feel very, like I can't help him, and he really feels like he's going through a dark night of the soul kind of thing right now, and so it feels upsetting to me, because I can't, I mean, I know I can do like energy healing on him, which helps. But like, a lot of this is a path he's gonna have to walk himself,
Right. So she was saying just some details about the situation, but this is what I would say about it. Part of his issue is he wants to be liked. So you say things to him like, I like it when you do this. I like it when you do that. Give him like a surrogate, I like you when you do this. I like you when you handle your brother like that. I like it when you do,
I like
Because-
when you back me up. I think.
right, yeah, whatever it is. He likes to be liked. So show him that he's liked.
In more ways than just, like, I show him he's liked as a husband, but I need to show him that. he's
Yeah,
liked
when he
as-
does something at work, go, I really like it when you do that. Boy, and I was talking to my friend, who's a business consultant. They really like the way you handled that situation, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You just,
Sometimes I use you.
yeah.
Greg really likes it. That makes him feel really good.
I also noticed that in every relationship I've ever been in, when men say, we need to do this, that means you need to. But if you say, otherwise, they'll say, I'm going to do this.
I can't fry chicken like you.
I'm gonna fry chicken for you, so we don't know. But I have noticed that we always means that I'm the one that needs to do it. And it took me 45 years to figure that out, to try not to say we, because literally for the men, at least in my life, when they say we need to do something, that means they want you to do it.
Hmm.
Always.
So when I say it, that's what he hears.
I think so.
Oh, it could be.
What
So
is
the
something?
student was saying that, like, sometimes in a dynamic with a partner, whenever the partner says, we need to do this or we need to do that, really what they're implying is that you need to do it, and they're just trying to be polite or whatever. Yeah.
Lazy.
So
So they don't
this
really-
this is what I would say is like, well, let me know how that goes.
Exactly. I haven't had to.
Start right back at 'em.
Because
Right.
my sisters call me now and say, what are you doing?
Right.
I now know to say, why do you need to know? Because otherwise.
One time I was getting ready to teach a class somewhere, and it was at a university, like this little university. And they were talking about making the class part of the curriculum and all this. And I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. But the organizer thought it was going to be a big deal. And he's like, you need to write no, he was saying he was like, you need to do the syllabus in this particular way and everything. And I was like, I don't think this is a good use of time. Like, I had a really busy schedule. And he's like, no, you really need to do this. And, if we do this and we do that, they'll put it in the curriculum. And I was like, well, let me know how it goes. And he was like, and he actually did it and it went nowhere, just like I said. And I was like, well, I guess we learned a lesson here, didn't we?
We.
Yeah,
Learned a
we learned a lesson here. But, every situation, there's the little dynamics. But going back to what we were saying before, you're dealing with instinct. So a lot of times you're not going to have a preconceived idea of this is how I handle this. You're just trying to change the interaction to make it move forward rather than staying stagnant in a repetitive thing that is eventually going to blow up. Because that's what will happen if there's no spontaneity that comes into the interaction, it eventually will blow up in everybody's face. Bottom line. Even if it's just little tiny movements, that's better than always the same.
Because it's too fixed.
Yeah, it's like it's just gonna start degenerating, because life is changing, things are changing. We have different feelings, the dynamics change. And so if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, you keep expecting different outcomes with the same behavior. And so by going through and doing the materialization breath and cleaning the cords, you start to change the instinctual responses so that you can like kind of evolve it out of something. It might not happen overnight, but it's just like that thing with that relative where I was like, well, aren't we a pair? Never crossed my mind before, just popped out my mouth. But then after that, every interaction I had with that person was a little bit different, little bit. And then pretty soon we weren't having that dance anymore. They still did it to other people, but they left me alone. They are a very obnoxious person. would not wish that person on anybody, you know? Yeah. Anybody else want to share? Or?
What in your relationships if you have different values than somebody else? And those values get in the way of the relationship. So where do you just soothe the energy?
So she's asking, what if you have different values? I would say if you have different values from somebody and you have different beliefs or whatever, I would say when it's not important, be incredibly flexible. When it's important, be incredibly unflexible. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it's no big deal, it's that old saying, pick your battles. Like, if it's not a big deal, just let it slide. But if it's really something important, it's like you dig your heels in.
And so then going a little further than what we've done today, then just really focusing on me and really recognizing, okay, these are my values.
Right.
Empowering that energy.
Right. So is she saying if going through and doing this and being like clearer about her values, then yeah, you would move forward and your interactions with that person again can still reflect those values, but in some areas, if it's like I said, like if it's not a big deal, you just go, okay, no big deal. It doesn't mean you have to make the person, because a lot of times we want somebody to think like us or to find something valuable that we find valuable. And a lot of times it's not going to happen. So you just go, okay, well, we agree to disagree, or, I hear you, or you make some little joke, or you just be quiet or something. But if it's over something really important, go, this is really important for me, kind of a deal breaker. Like we got to talk this out. And from there, because you're doing it in a calmer way, you're not as triggered. So you're able to like talk it out because instinct eventually turns into emotion. And then emotion usually at some point turns into like a cognitive thing. And so if you can keep the instinctive responses down, you can go cognitive really fast. You can go cognitive really, really super fast. Yeah. In a few minutes, we're going to go on a break, but we're going to let Samantha talk about. So whenever we do a class, even though this is like a free class, we still on Wednesday night, we'll still do a follow-up study group. Right. So this coming up Wednesday, we'll have a study group. I'm going to let her give all the details and just the different ways that we can support you guys with doing this process. So it's not just like you can see like even in this class, we are talking about chords and materialization. I'm peppering in 3 brains. I'm peppering in other things that, a lot of the classes overlap and support each other. So it's not like these things are each isolated things. We're talking about different aspects of a bigger picture. And so a lot of the classes still would be supportive. We usually try to give at least a couple free classes a month. And then, they're even supportive of the paid classes that we do. But we'll also have like the stream and the Q&A and study group. So I'm going to let Samantha give you all the details before we go on to break.
Well, and Greg is great. He just covered a lot of it, but I want to show you specifically for you guys on Zoom on our actual website. We have a whole support page at the top bar, and on that, there's student support, there's the newsletter, Tuesday Q&A. So I'm just going to kind of briefly let you know. Every Monday, we put out a weekly newsletter, and it's the go-to place to see what's new, what's going on with Plant Prana. It has the links for our Tuesday Q&A. So if you have questions for Greg, he will talk with you one-on-one, no specific topic. We also do the STAR practice sessions on Wednesdays. And so because you're taking this class, if you've taken a class before, you're already getting our newsletter. But if this is your first class, you'll get the newsletter now. And some of the different student support things, we have our YouTube channel. This, I have a little thing here, on the site if you want to go through. I don't want to talk your guys' ear off. But Greg does one-on-one sessions. All the proceeds go to Astara. This tells you a little bit about Astara. Greg is the president of Astara, and so we do share some of that information on our Plant Prana Oil site. It is separate, but you know, Greg's schedule, so we try to make sure you guys have access to all that stuff. We have our social media. We share things on YouTube. That is our most active social media. This class will go on to our social media. We do clips of our Tuesday Q&As. We really want to make it so you guys can find what you're looking for. And again, in the weekly newsletter, we put out different posts. Greg gives information about different oils, different processes every single week. And newest to our shop is our ARC programming shop, which is, a lot of you guys did the ARC programming. And so we wanted to make a place where you guys could just buy those specific oils for yourself, family, friends, clients, and build stacks. For those of you who are new, you'll hear more about the ARC programming. I don't want to bombard you guys with too much information, but we have that available now. All the prices are one single price. You can stack away and have that, but also just want to keep reiterating, check our weekly newsletter. It is full of gems and little freebies every once in a while. So just wanted to say that, and yeah, I think that's it for now for me.
Okay, so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back on the half hour. Okay, everybody. Let's do another little experiment that's not quite as crazy intense. How's that? You know, it's always good to do an intense one during the day, but we don't have to do everything that intense. But the materialization breath can be utilized a lot of different ways. So let's talk about working with angels. Working with angels, but in a practical way. You know, sometimes the idea of working with angels is thought of something necessarily like separate. Yeah, but it still can be used for physical healing, right? Physical and psychological healing. The idea of it, if we look at it from the point of view of vibrational healing, working with angels is tied to the regenerative state, which is deepening, rest, and repair. It goes beyond just trying to increase or improve vagal tone, which is tied to rest and repair, your body's ability to heal. But at some point, you start dealing with the potential of rest and repair. Like, you know, you have your normal rest and repair mode, you go to sleep, you're doing your normal week, but maybe you get really sick or you get a bad injury, and your ability to heal something that's very severe or very chronic is dependent on how deeply your body can go into repair mode, right? And if you look at what we were saying earlier today, the healing that happens within the body also is a reflection of the same sort of dynamics, but in nature, right? And so, you know, we do things to strengthen the vagal tone and help the body repair itself. And within the form of regeneration is also reducing inflammation, things like this. But if we keep taking it deeper and farther, part of the aspect is this angelic work. So angelic work helps to deepen your body's ability to heal and repair itself. Angelic work would also deepen your body's ability or your emotions and mind to be able to repair themselves. But working with angels also would even enhance your ability to heal things that are beyond the life. You know, things you kind of came in with, things that are lifelong patterns. So according to the being that gave the Kabbalistic teachings to Abraham that turned into the Christian tradition, one of the quickest ways to evolve is working with angels, working with alchemy, and then working with the planetary energies. And the three of these are for very rapid spiritual growth, right? Very rapid. You could say that if you want to experience divine love quicker than what you're doing now, I mean, because you have to cultivate light to be able to experience love. You know, if there's not a lot of light in your physical body, emotional body, mental body, it's hard to experience divine love. Light turns into love. So one of the ways to accelerate this process is you work with angels, you invoke angels. So with that, trying to think about how to say things without opening up a can of worms. So that's why so let's do an experiment. Close your eyes for a moment and let's just do a little experiment, but with angels. Okay, and in whatever way that you would like to do, close your eyes and let's say we're going to work with the Archangel Raphael, the angel associated with healing and transmutation. So you on your own, do your invocation to Raphael, asking for whatever you'd like healing of this, healing of that, or just connect with Raphael. Okay, and then just be still. Now, to properly invoke angels, you really have to tap into the intuitive part of the mind. The deeper you go into intuition, the deeper the invocation. So basically what I'm saying is words aren't the best way to do it. So let's do phase 2. I'm going to tone the name of Raphael and let's just see if there's a difference. Okay, so just be still. Roll. Fall. Roll. Fall. Okay, which way was stronger, the first version or the second version? What brought you like a little bit of peace or a little bit of stillness or a little bit of like nappy nap time? Right? So now what you're going to do is you're going to, just like we focused on a person, now focus on the idea of Raphael. The best that you can, tap into the Archangel Raphael. Now, if you have the kit for purchase, you can use acacia or green heart, even oil of Miron. At home, you could use the blend for Raphael, or you can use marjoram, poplar, aloes or white oud, angelica, African bluegrass. If you don't have one of those, let us know, but let's shoot for one of those. Oh, let's do. Oh, Elzadar. Oh. Okay, so you're inhaling. Just take a few nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Think about the Archangel Raphael. If you're not familiar, just think of the angel of healing. And remember how we were doing the one pointedness, like the focus? Focus on Archangel Raphael, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let go of the inhalation, let go of the focus, just let go. Inhale again, focus on Archangel Raphael. Not long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go of everything. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. I'm going to tone the name of Raphael. Roll. Fall. Roll. Fall. Oil to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then just be still. Just observe your thoughts. Observe your emotions, your body. Just be still. Just be still. Roll. Fall. Oh. Oil to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. When you're done, just be still. Oil to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Reflect on an area, be it in your body, your emotions, your mind, or just in your life, an area that needs healing. Observe it. Maintain your awareness on it as I invoke the name. Roll. Four. Roll. Four. Bottle to your chest one last time. Inhale 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Just be still. So you feel that peace and stillness? That is what the regenerative state feels like. It has an effect on the physical body, the emotional, the mental. Another way of saying regeneration is the ability to elevate consciousness. So how did that feel? That's a nice way to end, yeah. Instead of going, think about these nasty people in your life and let's heal those. I mean, it's good to do that, but it's also good to step away from it all, you know? So anybody want to share or ask questions? Process it, unmute yourself, type in. So you could do this with any of the archangels. like, and you don't have to even follow it exactly what I did. You can just do the materialization breath. But, you know, toning the name makes it good, and then start directing it to, you know, parts of the body. I mean, we could have kept going down that rabbit hole even deeper, but I thought that was a good place to stop. Yeah.
So you said that, oh, I gotta get there. But fastest ways to evolve are angel work. something.
Alchemy and planetary energies. And those three things are wrapped into everything that we do. Like, even if I'm like, oh, this is about the immune system, I guarantee you those three parts are in there some way, somehow. You know, not all the blends that are angel blends say angel on them. Like sometimes there's blends that are very clinical that are still blended in a like affiliation with an angel.
So if you did the angel that's associated with the planet and then the planet, oh, with that.
Sure, that could always be stronger. Yeah.
I woke up this morning with drops of Jupiter in my head.
The song Drops of Jupiter or the oil drops of
Well,
Jupiter?
just the phrase.
Oh, Drops of Jupiter. Yeah. Gracias, hey, Don. So she was saying, what if you're unsure to, I would say start interacting with them. So, because they all have very different feels, even though it feels very peaceful. If in doubt, I would start with the archangels associated with the chakras. And then you can go from there. But even in that, what class did we do where I had the big list of the angels?
I mean,
Angelic healing or?
yeah, angelic healing has the whole.
So in angelic healing, there's like a little blurb on each of the angels, because the thing is like the stuff like on the internet or some of the books, it's like about angels, but like that kind of gives you like something for the mind to grab onto, the intellect, but still it's going to be more about the relation, just like we did relationships with people. It's still like about the relationship with a particular angel. Like the more you work it, the more you'll have a connection to that angel. Yeah.
And I know one of those books, there was that thing.
Yeah, it's in angelic healing. Yeah. But if you think about, you know, so next weekend we're doing another free class that is about cultivating the regenerative state. And so, you know, I'm looking at it very clinical, like I just as easily could have made that an angel class. Like, you know, because angels will tie to it. So I'm just going to do like a clinical component for physical, emotional, things like that. But then also reference, like if you want to go deeper as well, go to the angel classes, go to there'll be a bunch of references that you can go through and look at past classes to still work that whole component. You know, so if you've had other classes, it just puts it in a category that you can work it for something that you know. But part of why invoking angels is so potent is it helps the body rest in repair mode. Bottom line, that's what it does. You know, so if you think about like Raphael is about healing and transmutation, establishing order either within or in the environment, right? That's part of what is associated with Raphael. But if you know, say somebody was giving you a hard time or you're in a toxic situation, that might have been Michael. That might have been the one to go to. But Raphael is still a good one for just about anything. I would say Raphael's good for what's going on in the world right now. Like, you know, all the archangels you could say, but Raphael, it's healing and it's about establishing order. We're going through a change of an age. Like, you know, you could call whatever's going on in the world whatever you want, but we're going through a change of an age. So the more you can maintain order in your life and in your immediate environment, you will have a better life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, you know, when I go through and I evaluate, like if I'm going to invoke an angel with all the stuff going on, either personally or I almost always come to Raphael, you know. It's, and Raphael is also associated with the direction west, which is all about observation, like watchfulness, and not being like in your head and all that kind of stuff. So there's multiple layers why Raphael is very nice for, you know, these times. You know, but you know, if you chose Michael, it would have been a little bit different, but it still would be good. You know, Michael's funny because like I have friends that you know, like I was talking about that one CEO that's a buddy of mine. I haven't talked to him in a long time. He's a Jain, you know, he's a from the Jain tradition. And he'll go like, you know, the whole Christian thing, or you Americans, he usually says something like that. He goes, I don't get the whole angel thing. Like, I don't know why you guys do all the angel thing. And then he'll be real quiet and he'll go, but I really like Michael. every time, like even when people aren't into angels, but they'll go, but I really like Mike. You know, that being Michael, I'm sure is represented in like Hindu and, you know, I don't know about the Jain tradition, but I can't remember who it is in Hinduism, but there is that aspect of Michael in the Hindu tradition. Yeah.
So when we actually do this, because like you're toning and sniffing.
I toning always makes it stronger. Like in, yeah, I would tone yourself. Yeah, like play with, like break it up into syllables. And then, because it's not about like the perfect pronunciation, she's asking about toning. It's not about the perfect pronunciation. Like you'll notice, like I say Raphael, but when I start toning it, I go Ra, Fa. You know, I'm not saying it like how it's pronounced. You just start riding the energy, and you'll notice the tone starts changing because you're just tapping into an energy. So, like that's kind of what a word is supposed to be like, but just ride the wave of the energy and explore it. Go if I go, oh, ah, ooh, and you'll start noticing it gets more potent like that.
Like singing it.
Kind of, but break up the syllables, because in the space of the syllables, in that gap, there's more energy or power that's being generated. Mhm.
Go ahead, Teresa, then Paulina.
Hee hee.
All right, thanks, Sam. That was amazing. Thank you. I
So, look,
just was, there's some really interesting things that came up, some random things also, but my body feels amazing. I think I have the angels, the kid of the four sitting right next to my bedside stand. So I don't know why I don't do those at the end of the night, but maybe I will now. Just a few random questions that came popping in as, can you remind me why you recommended to put galbanum on the temples?
Part of that is for the spinal thalamic tract, like your reactiveness to like pain and external stimuli.
Okay. Thank you. And then there was a comment yesterday about, you know, the etheric cords, and if you've had a really traumatic experience with somebody, it impacts your nervous system. It's almost like fused. Do you remember speaking about that? Could you expand on that a little more? Because I wasn't very lucid.
Yeah.
At the time.
I hear you on that one. Yeah. There's a saying in psychiatry that the nerves that fire together are wired together. So a lot of times when you have like a traumatic experience, whatever nerves were firing at that time, they get fused kind of with the trauma.
Okay.
Right? Event or the person or whatever. So then you kind of let it go and you start doing your normal everyday life. But every time, like every time that something triggers that branch of nerves or that bundle of nerves, it's like it brings up that old event, you know, because it's wired with that trauma. So that whole idea of recalling a situation and then unwinding it is to unwind or unbind the trauma with that part of your nervous system or that part of your brain.
Okay. And that could extend to like environmental
Oh yeah, it could be anything.
frequencies. Okay.
Could be or stubbed your toe really bad when you were, it could be all kinds of things.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
I was trying to like discern it was a person and a environment and then that
Mhm.
repeat. And then one last question, it was going back to deities and feminine, masculine. Isis, would that be the feminine order?
Yeah, feminine. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, feminine.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. Amazing class.
So one time, like that talk about nerves that wire together, fire together, or whatever. So one time, this is many years ago, I was talking about, I don't know, something about the Virgin Mary, and then we got on the Black Madonna, and from esoteric circles, Black Madonna is considered to be Isis, and everybody got quiet, and I was like, that was a weird response, and then they go, why would the Black Madonna be associated with a terrorist group? I was like, oh yeah, not ISIS, the terrorist group, ISIS, the Egyptian
Goddess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, thank you for that. That was a great weekend. Appreciate it.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi.
Hey.
I want to talk about my experience that was wonderful because since I let go and relaxed completely, and when I started to see some stairs that went towards the sky with a lot of light, and then they wanted to tell me that I am on a very good path, then I feel very happy, and I so much for this class.
Oh, good. Good. Sounds like you had a very good experience.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you all.
Since we have a sec, which is the archangel for prosperity?
So she was asking what archangel is the archangel for prosperity? That would be Gabriel. Yeah, Gabriel. And Gabriel is also about communication. If you think about Gabriel with the horn, Gabriel is also associated with the sex chakra, which is tied to how you interact with the environment and how you interact socially, but it's also attracting the elements from the environment to bring things into form. So what's that?
Going out in vision too.
Right,
Isn't it said that Gabrielle was the angel that came to Mary?
right. Yes, it was. Yeah. So like the sex chakra is where spirit and matter mix. So like if you have a thought that you're trying to bring into form, it goes through some of the chakras and everything, but eventually it makes its way down to the sex chakra. The sex chakra goes, okay, I have this thought energy. I need some building blocks from the earth to bring it into form. It gets attracted at the sex chakra, and then it mixes, then it drops into form. So that's part of the thing with the horn for Gabriel. The horn represents the frequency of creation. Yeah, and like Terry said, it's also the one that came to Mary, and yeah.
Gabriel,
That's what some of the writings are. Like sometimes people say different things, but I think it was Gabriel that came to Mary. Yeah.
Go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
I want to ask another question. If
For sure.
we are in another vibration because we are like studying and like lost and like healing, and sometimes with your family and friends you have in common. Is this thing that you were talking about everything all this or not?
You're breaking up. I couldn't understand what you just asked.
Yes, it's like we are in another vibration, right? Because working, we are healing, and we don't think our vibration sometimes is different around us because maybe they are not working, they are not
Sure.
working, so they don't do the same things that we are working with. So sometimes you are not attuned with that person. So that is the
Right.
things that we today.
I would work the relationship stuff that we did earlier in the day. Yeah, for something like that.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
You're so welcome.
Someone's asking, is Katumi feminine also?
Yes, Katumi would be considered feminine.
Will you be doing,
Talk around the campfire is, you know, in esoteric teachings, Saint Francis of Assisi is supposed to be the next Christ. You know, because Christ is a position. And Saint Francis of Assisi is also Katumi. So hard for me to validate, but that's just the talk around the esoteric campfire.
will you be doing another angel class before Christmas?
Maybe, yeah. Like if not before Christmas, after Christmas. Yeah. But sometime soon.
Perfect end to the day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Who doesn't love working with angels?
So, we were talking about these earlier
Mhm.
too, like in Christian traditions, like who is a male figure?
That's hard to say. You know, she's asking in the Christian tradition, who would be a male figure?
Moses, right?
Yeah, it might be back in the times of like the time of the Jewish tradition. You know. Oh. In Buddhism, like if you wanted to do something, depends on what you're trying to invoke, but Padmas,
Wheel, if I were my wheel versus my bud, like they're gonna.
right. Padmasambhava is very willful. Avalokiteshvara or Chinrazig is another way of saying that, is the masculine form of Kuan Yin. Manjushri, you know, there's a male version of Manjushri and a female version of Manjushri. And then also Dharma protectors. Dharma protectors are very, very will oriented. And they're also, you know, they're protecting the teachings, but part of what Dharma protectors do is they protect the light. You know, they protect light. That's what they do. What's that? Garuda would be a symbol of light, like the symbol of essence coming in. But it would be like, you know, Mahakala, Padalamo, Yamantanka, you know.
Was Shiva masculine or feminine?
Oh, Shiva's very masculine. Yeah.
Probably gonna be another one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Kali would be feminine, but still like will oriented, but in the feminine form. Like when you start to get into those, because Kali is the same as Palden Lamo in Buddhism. It's the same being, they just call them by different names. But it's very willful, but it's still a feminine version of willful energy.
Now, what would you need that for?
Purification. Yeah. Cleaning up the crime scene. She was saying, like, what would you use willful energy for, or even willful feminine energy for? And it's always about purification. Purification and protection.
Someone shared, I was thinking it was how you focused that created the masculine feminine. Like the back chakras were masculine and the front were feminine.
Oh, not necessarily. Yeah.
Right, left side.
Yeah. Yeah, the right side of the body would be a little bit more will oriented, left side being a little bit more female oriented, but chakras have light, love, and power, all three within them.
This was my first time experiencing your teaching. It was exactly what I needed.
Oh,
I
good.
experienced the release. I didn't know I had trapped. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed. And again, next weekend is another free class. So, you know, there's a list of oils that, like when you sign up for it or you look at it on the website, there's a list of oils to kind of have to choose from. You know, we have a kit for purchase, but if you already have a bunch of oils, just look at the list, make sure you have an oil from every line. And then we're going to do a whole class next weekend that's free on regeneration. Yeah.
And again, study group on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And check out the weekly newsletter on Monday.
I think that's it then.
I think.
Okay, you guys, you know, it's a few minutes early. Sure, we'll close it down then. So, I know we're a few minutes early, but again, study group on Wednesday, and then next weekend's another free class. I hope you can join, and if not, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.